It is now up to us to make sure that that victory is for all Manitobans.
We will put forth an agenda for change that will be supported by the people of Manitoba and the Legislature of Manitoba.
We went higher tonight, didn't we?
I just want to thank all Manitobans for their support tonight.
Our economy grows better when there's more money on the kitchen table and a little less on the cabinet table.
You are looking at the seat of power near the meeting of the Red and Assiniboine Rivers, where people have been coming together for thousands of years. We have gathered in the rotunda of this legislative building to give you up-to-the-minute results and analysis of CBC's Manitoba Votes 2023. 189 Manitobans have put themselves forward for the chance to walk up these stairs and be your voice here in the beautiful and historic Manitoba Legislative Building. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Janet Stewart. This is it. The day Manitobans decide who will be their next government. We are less than half an hour away from the polls closing in Manitoba's 43rd general election. One thing is certain, history will be made tonight. PC leader Heather Stephenson won the job of premier in a party leadership race. If the Progressive Conservatives win tonight, she will be the first woman to lead a party to victory in a Manitoba general election. Or we could see another first. If the new Democratic Party wins, Wab Kinew, an Anishinaabe man, becomes Manitoba's first First Nations premier. The Manitoba Liberals under Dougald Lamont held 3 seats when this election was called. Will they get the breakthrough they've been fighting for, or fall victim to strategic voting? I am grateful to have Christopher Adams, adjunct professor of political studies from the University of Manitoba, sitting beside me on election night once again. Thanks for being here, Chris.
Well, it's great to be with you, Janet, and the CBC team. I'm really honored to be here. It's going to be an interesting night. Will Heather Stephenson hold power? Will Wab Kinew take power? Or will Dougald Lamont be part of some sort of minority arrangement? So this is one of the most interesting elections I watched in the many years as a political scientist. So I'm glad to be with you tonight.
Nice close seat.
Yes, that's right.
We have a panel of political insiders here sharing insights with the CBC's Marcy Marcusa. Who's with you tonight, Marcy?
Well, we sure have some great insiders with us tonight, Janet. I'm thrilled to welcome tonight for election night for the NDP. Erin Selby is with us. Erin Selby was with the NDP government, and she was the MLA for Southdale, which we'll be watching closely tonight. Has also been the Minister of Health and the Minister of Advanced Training and Education. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
I am feeling ready.
Yep.
Bring it on.
We're all watching that 26-minute clock countdown now. For the PCs with us tonight, Shannon Martin is here. Shannon Martin actually is not running tonight, so that means that a race that was tightly won by Shannon Martin last time around in McPhillips has no incumbent. He's been spokesperson for the party in recent weeks, and he also had his name at one point in to run for leadership. How are you feeling tonight?
You know what? Super excited. Democracy rocks.
And let's go to Hannah Mahaichuk Marshall, who is here for the Liberal Party tonight. Hannah had been former president, or has been former president of the Manitoba Young Liberals, is active all over TikTok. You might have seen her trying to promote democracy and getting young people out to vote. She's been engaged with the Liberals in the grassroots campaign. Hannah, how are you feeling now that we're closing in on 25 minutes?
Oh, how could you not be nervous? We're all nervous. Us politicos, just on the edge of our seats and thrilled.
Well, we're thrilled that you're with us tonight. So we'll see how this all goes, because soon it's going to be, polls will be closed, 25 minutes to go, and we'll see how Manitobans have voted.
We have invited dozens of Manitobans here tonight to join our Nadia Kidwai in our Citizens Cafe. They will be the voice of the voters as the results come in. Welcome, everyone. I'm so happy you're here.
Welcome to the Citizens Cafe. We brought together
We brought together Manitobans from all different backgrounds, all different political perspectives. They're very excited and they're ready to share their opinions with you.
And we're excited and ready to hear them.
You're excited, right, everyone?
We also have reporters standing by to bring us live reports from the headquarters of the three main political parties. Bartley Kivas is covering the Progressive Conservatives. Ian Fraze, the NDP, and Caroline Bargout is with the Manitoba Liberals tonight. To help break down the numbers behind the stories that unfold this evening, we go to CBC's Marjorie Dowhouse.
Well, thank you very much, Janet. To get a better understanding of how the election is going to unfold tonight, we have to take you back 4 years to the last election. Now, come follow me. I'm going to take you into the chamber here at the Manitoba Legislative Building because this space is a very important and special space. It's where your elected representatives will go to debate bills, introduce motions. This is where question period happens. Now, here is a look at what it looked like inside the chamber after the vote in 2019. And this is just for illustrative purposes here, just to give you a sense of what it looked like in the last general election. The Progressive Conservatives, the governing PCs, took 36 seats. The NDP held 18, and there were 3 there for the Liberals. Altogether, that is 57 seats here in Manitoba that is up for grabs. Keep in mind, too, that a party needs to win 29 seats to form a majority government. Now, come walk with me here, because I'm going to show you that the path to forming a government here in Manitoba is going to run through a number of ridings here in the province. And this is a look back at what it looked like in 2019 after the votes. You can see which parts of the province the parties took. But we're going to focus here on the swing ridings because, you know, the parties, in order to form a government, have to take some of these swing ridings. Winnipeg, Battleground Winnipeg, has 32 constituencies, and we're going to be tracking a number of the swing ridings here in Winnipeg, including in the south. Fort Richmond, Riel, and Southdale. In the north and the west, Assiniboia, as well as McPhillips. And outside of the city, Brandon East, Dauphin, and Selkirk. So we're going to be keeping an eye on everything tonight. So settle in, buckle up, hang on to your hats, grab your popcorn, because Janet, it's going to be an exciting evening.
Yes, Marjorie, it is. Our clock now says we have 22 minutes until the polls close. Some of the people most anxious to see results pouring in tonight are likely with Bartley Kivas at PC headquarters, or they soon will be. What have you been hearing from Tory supporters, Bartley?
Well, Janet, I'm here at what used to be Celebrations Dinner Theatre, where the Tories, like some you see behind me right now, are hoping to have something to celebrate tonight. PC leader Heather Stephenson is also poised to make a Manitoba first.
Looking forward to seeing our woman lieutenant governor.
PC leader Heather Stephenson taking her first steps toward what would be a Manitoba milestone, a woman elected premier. Stephenson was chosen Progressive Conservative Party leader nearly 2 years ago, after most of the PC caucus rallied around her campaign to succeed former party leader and Manitoba Premier Brian Pallister.
Over the last 18 months, I have heard from countless Manitobans who are looking for a different approach. They're looking for someone who can heal our divisions and bring Manitobans together around a common vision.
First, Stephenson would have to unite her party. In the PC leadership race, she only squeaked past former Conservative MP Shelley Glover by a few hundred votes.
I'd love to be able to say, oh yes, I concede right now, but I don't have the information that allows me to do that.
This was the first real test for a politician first elected as Tuxedo MLA 23 years ago. She's now in the toughest political fight of her life, battling a 61% disapproval rating in a recent Probe research poll, which also placed the NDP ahead of her Progressive Conservatives.
Not aware of that, and the only poll that matters is on Election Day.
Well, now it is Election Day, and that poll that matters is about to close. Heather Stephenson hopes it will be an opening to her first full term as Manitoba's premier. Janet.
Thank you very much, Bartley. Now, let's go to New Democratic Party headquarters at the Fort Garry Hotel with CBC's Ian Fraze.
Wab Kinew wanted to talk about one thing in this campaign above all else, health care. But before he could do that, he tried to defend himself against the PC attacks he knew were coming.
Before the campaign formally began, Wab Kinew gambled. He took the risk talking about his brushes with the law wouldn't cost him.
Being held accountable by the justice system was a necessary step.
Kinew accused the PCs of making his troubled past a campaign issue. He's been convicted for assault and impaired driving, offenses he's been pardoned for.
Our political opponents want you to think that I'm running from my past. But actually, my past is the reason that I'm running.
He started as a good boy, but died in the hood, boy.
His career has been varied. He's been a rapper,
there are a lot of stereotypes about Native Canadians. But
broadcaster, author, a university administrator, and lastly, a politician. It's all led him to this moment.
And I'm running to be your premier so we can fix healthcare.
He's talked about healthcare almost every day.
To fix healthcare. Make healthcare better here. Fixing healthcare.
Trying to fix a system he claims the Tories broke. In a televised debate, he seemed poised.
And now you want credit in an election year for restoring cuts that happened under your watch.
In a campaign-ending rally, confident.
How do you do? I'm Wab Kinew. 2 more days and I will stop introducing myself that way.
Kinew added he'll go back to saying his folksy, how do you do opening in time for the next election. A show of support, a show of confidence rather, for a man trying to fix a healthcare system with a lot of problems.
Thank you so much, Ian Fraze, reporting live there tonight. Let's go now to Manitoba Liberal Party headquarters, where CBC's Caroline Bargout is reporting live.
Thanks, Janet. I am at the Norwood Hotel, and Liberal supporters are starting to trickle in. Now, early on, this party felt pretty secure about leader Dougald Lamont's seat, and so he didn't spend much time door-knocking in his riding. Instead, he helped other candidates in their ridings. Tonight, we're going to find out if that was the right strategy.
Dugal Lamont has been leader of the Manitoba Liberals since 2017. The 54-year-old is one of only 3 Liberals in the legislature. The party needs 4 seats to have official party status. Without it, funding is limited, there's less money to hire staff, and party members don't get much time to speak during question period. Before leading the Manitoba Liberals, Lamont worked in communications and owned a digital ad agency. In 1988, the Manitoba Liberals won big with 20 seats. Sharon Carstairs was leader at the time. Since then, the party has been on the decline, but are hoping to turn things around in this election. Here's what Lamont had to say during the debate.
And I know the main reason that people are considering voting either NDP or PCs is to stop the other one from getting in. This is still a democracy. You have a choice. You do not have to vote NDP to get rid of Heather Stephenson and the PCs. You can vote for Manitoba Liberals to stop both.
Lamont says he has no intention of stepping down as leader of the Manitoba Liberals, whether this party makes gains or losses. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you so much. Our Caroline Bargout reporting live from Liberal headquarters tonight. 16 minutes and 3 seconds away from the polls closing in Manitoba. And the results could come quickly tonight. This is the first provincial election in Manitoba where votes are being counted electronically. Brittany Greenslade joins us now from outside a polling station.
Janet, Manitobans are taking the next step into the digital age this election, and it's all thanks to a new system that's being used this go-around. Elections Manitoba says once those polls close, we could start seeing results come in very soon. Mark by hand, count by machine. The technology may look familiar from civic elections, but it's a new era for Manitoba's provincial election, as it moves toward electronic ballot counting for the first time, after legislation was passed last year to allow it. While you still fill out the paper ballot, the counting machine allows for a faster alternative than counting by hand. The results generated by the machines must still be verified by humans. And of course, in case of any technical problems, votes can still be counted by hand. It's all meant to speed up the process and make it easier, allowing results to come in half the previous times.
It's not as simple as pushing a button and there are the results. There is still a ballot reconciliation process that has to happen and other checks and balances. After that's done, the voting officers for Election Day will print off a report and then enter that information into our system. And at that point, they will be the results will be pushed out widely.
It's expected 85% of the votes will be counted electronically, although we could see some fewer than that because of technical problems that were being experienced in some polling stations earlier today. Some smaller locations as well as remote locations will also be counted by hand. And tonight we're seeing long lines at Lorette and Island Lake, so that could also put a bit of pause on some of those locations. But Elections Manitoba also wants to note, Janet, that it's important to note that those paper ballots are kept as a backup and for any recount purposes. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Brittany. No one in line behind Brittany at whatever poll she was reporting live from. But remember, if you are listening to this, if you're watching this on your phone as you're standing in line, the clock says 13 minutes. But if you are in line at 8 o'clock, it is your right to vote, and they will keep the poll open for you as long as you're already in line. Tonight, we are watching for change in this province. Several ridings could flick, among them Selkirk. The CBC's Matt Humphrey is in that constituency tonight.
Hi there. Yes, I'm in beautiful Lockport, part of the Selkirk riding, and there are only two candidates in this riding. Both have set up camp here in Lockport tonight. For the Progressive Conservatives, it's Richard Pershott, a local business person. For the NDP, it's Mitch Oback, a local school teacher and youth sport coach. Both call Selkirk home. Both have campaigned on making life more affordable for people here in the area. And in this area, there are so many communities. There are more than 20,000 people in this riding. It's a riding where nearly a quarter of people identify as Indigenous. Traditionally, it's gone orange, but in 2019, a local veterinarian won it for the Progressive Conservatives. He's not seeking re-election. Alan Lajamodia is not seeking re-election this year, so it's a vacant seat, and it's one the NDP is hoping to pick up. Janet.
Matt Humphrey, thank you so much. There are constituencies in this province we call bellwethers, meaning the party that wins that riding tends to win the election as a whole. In Winnipeg, Fort Richmond is a bellwether. The PCs have it, the NDP wants it. The CBC's Josh Crabb joins us now live from Fort Richmond.
Janet, restoring ER services at the Victoria Hospital behind me is one way the NDP is hoping to take back Fort Richmond. Sarah Guimard took the seat from the NDP back in 2016, and with no incumbent in this race, a diverse slate of candidates have been vying for votes.
Are you a candidate? Jennifer.
Fort Richmond NDP candidate Jennifer Chen shakes hands at a campaign event in September outside Victoria Hospital. The party has promised to reopen 3 emergency rooms closed by the Progressive Conservative government, and it has pledged to start with the Vic. Chen, who came to Canada from China, is a community advocate and former school trustee and is trying to take back the seat for the NDP. Sarah Guimard, Manitoba's Minister of Advanced Education and Training at dissolution, has represented the constituency for the Tories since 2016. She isn't seeking re-election for health reasons. This candidate, Parmjit Shahi, who was born in India, is trying to hold the seat for the PCs. The entrepreneur and community volunteer has lived in the constituency 20 years. Photographer and filmmaker Ernie Nathaniel, who immigrated with his family as a child from India to the U.S. before coming to Canada, is running for the Manitoba Liberals. He has lived in Fort Richmond for more than 40 years. The diverse slate of candidates are vying to represent a diverse constituency. Nearly 40% of residents identify as immigrants, and more than half of residents identify as racially diverse.
This constituency is relatively new. It was created back in 2008 and was first part of a general election in 2011. And again, it's one of the key constituencies that we'll be tracking tonight as it's gone to both the PCs and previously the NDP in its short history. Janet.
Josh Crabb, thank you very much. 10 minutes until the polls close. Chris Adams, we've talked about Fort Richmond. What other constituencies in Winnipeg are you watching?
Well, I would say think of South Winnipeg as a constellation of seats like Seine River, Southdale, Waverley. Riel is one that goes always with it, whichever government's elected in. I would say also on the edge, McPhillips, and we have Shannon Martin here who used to represent McPhillips, and also I would say Assiniboia. And so on the edge of the city, but also South Winnipeg is critical, but also some just outside of the city of Winnipeg.
Just outside the city, such as?
Well, I would say Selkirk, that's as Josh was just, the other report.
Matt Humphrey.
Matt Humphrey, pardon me. Matt Humphrey was describing Selkirk. I would also say Brandon East. I would also look at Dauphin and Interlake Gimli regions. So there are a few outside the city, but the city is 32 seats, and you have to win Winnipeg to win the government.
You have to win Winnipeg to win the government. 9 minutes, less than 9 minutes. I love that clock. Marcy, the political insiders who are with you, are they getting nervous?
Well, they have a unique insight into what it feels like to be candidates as well, right? And so let's ask them what that feels like. I mean, we know as voters, 8 minutes to go, you're like, okay, I cast my ballot, let's go. And as Marjorie said earlier, I got my popcorn. But what does it feel like, Erin, when you're a candidate in this moment, waiting for it finally to, the results?
Time is stretching long and also really short. It's nail-biting time, it's pacing time, and at this point, candidates are exhausted, but also pumped up with adrenaline and just ready to hear results.
And do you already know as a candidate, like what you're going to do in the night? Like, do you plan, I'm going to go to headquarters, or do you just kind of go, I'm going to take this a moment at a time?
I always thought just one moment at a time. Surround myself with family and friends, glued to CBC, wait to see that check next to my name, and then let somebody else tell me what to do after that.
How about you, Shannon? Especially because you were in that tight race in McPhillips by 88 votes. You took it last time around. Who do you like to have around you, and where would you watch, especially when it's this close?
You know what, I think any candidate, what they want around them is their base of support, so their family and friends. Those are who you want through any good or bad time. Hopefully for a lot of candidates, this would be a night of celebration, but for every candidate, this should be a night of celebration. You have put your name forward. You have been part of the democratic process.
I want to ask you, Hannah Mahajchuk, about what your feeling has been on election nights past. More excited or more nerves as you're watching, you're this close to the polls closing, and if finally, everything you've worked for, you're going to see if it resonated with Manitobans?
Well, it's really out of our candidates' hands at this point, right? And so you wish that you had an extra month to be knocking on those doors, having more conversations, talking to more families, seeing what really matters to Manitobans, but you're also just kind of glad it's almost over, right?
Yeah. I was saying earlier to these guys, it's been a 28-day campaign, and I think it was Erin and Shannon said, oh, it's been longer than that.
It's longer than 28 days.
So let's do our democracy selfie. You might have noticed here that Hannah's got some special earrings. She's representing her party in style tonight. Who made your earrings?
It was a local earring maker on TikTok, so that's appropriate, and I commissioned them. We've got Manitoba and we've got Liberal. And when I do federal things, I switch out Manitoba for a maple leaf because I'm just that corny.
I love that. Well, let's all be corny with you, because part of what you do on TikTok is try to engage people in the democratic process. So it doesn't get much more democratic than every party here, all three parties here represented. Can we all be on your TikTok? Okay, what are we going to say? We're going to say go democracy, maybe.
Sure.
I like that.
Okay, let's do that. 1, 2, 3, go democracy!
Go democracy!
Let's turn in our last moments here to some of the serious questions. How does this campaign compare, Erin, do you think, to past ones in terms of how heated it got in moments? How would you compare this to past races?
I'd say that this campaign was flawless, actually. The message was stuck to the entire time. We went in knowing that Manitobans worried about healthcare. That was their #1 issue, and that's what we talked about.
Shannon, for you, does this compare to past campaigns? Did it feel different, similar?
It felt very, very different. As Erin said, the NDP's campaign plan was a bit odd. I never remembered them talking about the economy or about education and that. They focus exclusively on healthcare. I think they missed the affordability mark, but again, Manitobans will make that decision.
And Hannah, for you, what was the campaign process like for you?
You know, I actually have a couple concerns about where democracy is going in Manitoba at this point. I saw an incredibly divisive campaign where wedge issues regarding race and gender were at the forefront. And I really don't think that's always a productive conversation to have in anywhere.
Well, I'll tell you what, polls close in 5 minutes, and once those polls are closed, we're going to get into all of this in a lot of detail. Right now, thank you all for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Well, democracy is in good shape here in this legislative building tonight because we have assembled our Citizens Cafe, people who care very much about the future of this province. So let's go to the cafe and talk with our Nadia Kidwai.
We've got Manitobans of different backgrounds, different political perspectives. They're ready to share their opinions and their reactions to the results as they come in. And we're going to try something new this year. It's an election of firsts, so why not? Every cafe member has one of these bad boys. It's a paddle with a yes and a no, and that's because we are going to conduct our very own people's poll right here in the Citizens Cafe. So everyone, let's try it out, see if it even works, and you're going to point your paddle to the camera up on the balcony, but hold on, you got to wait for the question first. I know, you're excited. Here's the question. Are you optimistic that your party is going to win tonight? Yes or no? Be honest, be honest. Okay, let me see. Okay, lots of yeses and some nos. There are some realists in the crowd, and we love that. Okay, well done, everyone. You passed the test. Now, we talked about how this is an election of firsts, and for my next guest, this is the first time she voted in an election as a disability advocate. I want to introduce you to Janelle Marie Amon. Hi, Janelle. So you were diagnosed with this really rare condition 4 years ago. You had to wait 3 years before your power wheelchair arrived. How was voting in this election different to voting in any other election you voted before?
This is the most important election for me as it is right now, just due to the fact that my thoughts, ideas have changed. Things have changed. Things need to change.
And what needs to change? If you could speak to the next government, whoever that might be, so that you can live the life that you want to live.
The way that healthcare is working, as well as things for people with disabilities. They need to be heard. Things need to happen, and things need to be able to be done for them in a timely manner.
Janelle Marie, thank you so much. And everyone should check out Janelle Marie's very powerful video on the Disability Matters website. Janelle Marie, thank you so much. Good luck. I also want to, yes, round of applause for Janelle Marie. I want to introduce you to a first-time voter ever, Hayley Collum. Hello, this was the first time you voted.
Yes.
You're 19 years old. How was that feeling when you step into the booth and you voted for the first time?
I felt so powerful. I felt like I finally had a voice. I kept up with politics during COVID, so being able to cast that ballot and not just post something on Instagram and tell people to do it was incredible.
I love it. You can vote instead of just posting on Instagram. Yeah. What were some of the most important issues to you in this election?
Looking at the landfill search, the PC's parental rights and education have been two big things that I've kept really up to date with. So, and healthcare.
And did you say that you were optimistic your party's going to win or not?
Yes, I'm optimistic.
So we're not allowed to ask who you voted for, so we will check in with all our participants later on. That's just some of the perspectives. There will be more opinion polls, there will be more perspectives, and if nothing else, it will be entertaining.
Yes, it will, Nadia. Thank you. And I'm just going to take a moment here and go misty on you and say there's a lot of cynicism in our world, but wasn't it beautiful watching a first-time voter grin, a huge grin? Let's go to our Brittany Greenslade standing by live. Brittany, what's happening at the polls right now with a minute 18 till they close?
Yeah, Janet, we're here at Southdale Community Centre where there was a steady stream, but it's pretty quiet now. But I can tell you it's very different in other neighborhoods, Lashmodiere, Midland, Elmwood, Selkirk, Lorette. We're hearing of long lines, Island Lakes. So we could start to see results in those areas pour in a little later than expected, even though we are hoping for quick results with that electronic vote counting. We're all going to see what's happening. We know about 23% voter turnout prior and advance voting. We'll see what happens when those polls close. Janet?
Yes, we will, Brittany. Thank you. And remember, if you are in line at any poll right now, with 40 seconds left, if you're already in line, you have the right to vote. They will stay open for you. Don't leave the line. Cast your vote. Well, there's no question this is a provincial election like you have never seen before. With that electronic counting, this could happen fast. So buckle up your seatbelt. The ride is about to begin on Manitoba Votes 2023.
It is now up to us to make sure that that victory is for all Manitobans.
We will put forth an agenda for change that will be supported by the people of Manitoba and the Legislature of Manitoba.
We went higher tonight, didn't we?
I just want to thank all Manitobans for their support tonight.
Our economy grows better when there's more money on the kitchen table and a little less on the cabinet table.
You are looking at the seat of power in Manitoba, near the meeting place of the Red and Assiniboine Rivers, where people have been coming together for thousands of years. We have gathered in the rotunda of this legislative building to give you up-to-the-minute results and analysis of CBC's Manitoba Votes 2023. 189 Manitobans have put themselves forward for the chance to walk up these stairs and be your voice here in the beautiful and historic Manitoba Legislative Building. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Janet Stewart. We want to extend a very warm welcome to everyone watching us across Canada now on CBC News Network. Tonight, we will find out if Manitobans have chosen to stay the course with the Progressive Conservatives at the helm, or if they want to steer this province in a new direction with an NDP government. We have the potential for an evening of firsts in Manitoba. PC leader Heather Stephenson won the job of premier in a leadership race 2 years ago. If the Progressive Conservatives win tonight, she will be the first woman to lead a party to victory in a Manitoba general election. Or we could see another first if the new Democratic Party wins. Wab Kinew, an Anishinaabe man, becomes Manitoba's first First Nations premier. The Manitoba Liberals under Dugal Lamont held 3 seats when this election was called. Will they get the breakthrough they've been fighting for, or fall victim to strategic voting? This is also the first time in Manitoba votes in a provincial election are being counted electronically. Results, therefore, could come in fast and furious. And when they do, you will see it happen on this graphic we call the Mini. Things will change here live. You see in this graphic the magic number 29. That's the number of seats you need in this province to form a majority government. You see the number of seats yet to report. And most importantly, the large, colorful numbers, that shows you the number of candidates for each party leading or elected at that moment. Joining me tonight for analysis of these numbers as they come in, Christopher Adams, adjunct professor of political studies at the University of Manitoba. I'm so happy you're here with me again.
I'm glad to be with you again, Janet. You know, these elections are always exciting, and this one might be a change in government. I'm not saying it will, but it might be. And I know people across Canada might be watching this election broadcast. So a lot of Manitobans, we've had a higher turnout, a lot at the advanced polling stations. I suggest that it's probably the highest turnout we'll have seen in many years.
23% for voter turnout in those advanced polls, more than 200,000 votes cast. Right. Let's see what the voter engagement is at the end of the night. CBC's Marjorie Dowhouse is here to help break down result numbers as they come in tonight. Marjorie?
Thank you very much, Janet. Well, to get a better understanding of the election this evening, I want to take you back 4 years to the last election. Follow me here, and we're going to walk inside this beautiful room that we call the chamber. Now, this is a very important space because this is where your elected representatives go to debate bills, to introduce motions. It's where question period happens. Here's a look at what happened back in 2019 after the last general election. And this is just an illustration to show you how many of the seats each party took. The Progressive Conservatives, the governing PCs, took 36 seats. The NDP held 18 and the Liberals 3. So altogether, Janet, as you mentioned, there are 57 seats here in Manitoba. The party that wins 29 will form a majority government. Now, let's walk over here because I'm going to show you that the path to forming a government here in Manitoba goes through a number of swing ridings. Here is a look at how the province looked last time in 2019, which ridings each party took. And of course, we're going to be keeping an eye on those swing ridings, a number of them here in Winnipeg. And you can call Winnipeg a battleground here because there are 32 constituencies. And some of the ridings here, those swing ridings that we're going to be tracking, are in Winnipeg South. And they include Fort Richmond, Riel, and Southdale. In the west and the north parts of Winnipeg, McPhillips, as well as Assiniboia. And outside of the city, we're going to be keeping an eye on Brandon East, Selkirk, and Dauphin. There is a lot to keep track of tonight here, Janet, so buckle up, settle in, grab your popcorn. It's going to be an exciting night here tonight, Janet.
I think you're right, Marjorie. It is going to be an exciting night. The CBC's Marcy Marcusa is hosting an insider panel for us this evening. Marcy, who's with you?
Well, I'm feeling a little guilty because if they were with their colleagues, friends, and family, they would have popcorn, and we don't have that on the insider panel tonight. But with me, three people who have different hopes for the evening. For the NDP, Erin Selby, she, when she was with the NDP government, was Minister of Education and advanced in health as well. She also was MLA for Southdale, which is a riding which we might be watching closely tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
How are we feeling now? The polls are closed.
I am feeling pumped. I'm feeling ready, and I'm ready to just bring it on.
That's often the feeling, right? You're like waiting and waiting. So now off we go. Shannon Martin is here for the Progressive Conservatives. Shannon Martin won a tight race by 88 votes in McPhillips last time around. Not in the race tonight. He's also, though, been MLA in Moroz, so he has a bit of a rural perspective as well. And he's been spokesperson for the party in recent weeks. Good evening.
Good evening.
So no popcorn, I said, but glad you're here. How are you feeling?
You know what? Excited and pumped.
And Hannah Mahaichuk-Marshall is here for the Liberals on our Insiders panel. Hannah has been the former president of the Manitoba Young Liberals, has been active federally, also at the provincial grassroots game, and also sought candidacy provincially. Good evening to you.
Thanks for having me, Marcy. I'm thrilled to be here.
Well, it's going to be an exciting night. We'll all see what happens. The day started with thunder, and hopefully it ends with thunderous applause. But for whose party, we're going to have to wait and see. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Marcy. The CBC's Nadia Kidwai is hosting what we call our Citizens Cafe this evening. Those are the folks you see behind me and probably here. So what can we expect from our guests tonight, Nadia?
So we've brought together Manitobans from all different backgrounds, all different political perspectives. They are comfortable and ready to share their opinions and the reactions to the results in real time. And we've also given one of these paddles because we're conducting our very own People's Poll right here in the Citizens Cafe. So let's try out another question for our People's Poll. Everyone get your paddle ready and look up to the camera on the balcony. Do you think there will be a change in government this year? Yes or no? Do you think there will be a change in government this year? Some yeses, some no's. It's split. There's going to be more paddles, more reaction, more perspectives right here at the Citizens Cafe.
Thank you so much, Nadia. We are also live tonight at the three main party headquarters. The CBC's Bartley Kivas is with the Progressive Conservatives tonight. The CBC's Ian Fraze is with the NDP, and Caroline Bargout is live with the Manitoba Liberal Party. Chris Adams, you're with me.
Yes.
Glad about that. What will you be watching for tonight?
Well, I'm going to be watching South Winnipeg with the constellation of seats that usually predict where the province is going. You know, South Winnipeg is on the outskirts of the city, but also other parts, McPhillips and McPhillips and Assiniboia. But I think that we have some rural ridings to watch. Selkirk, as well as Dauphin up near the north, and Brandon East. Right now, the city of Winnipeg is 32 seats, out of a 57 assembly. That's the vast bulk of that assembly. And under Gary Doer, the NDP really took a lot of Winnipeg, including the South Winnipeg. Brian Pallister swept all that out, and now the NDP wants to take back Winnipeg and what they used to be called Fortress Winnipeg when Gary Doer was the premier.
Now, we have a certain way, we only have 30 seconds to explain it. How do you do the history of Manitoba politics in 30 seconds? How does it break down
Well, by
traditionally?
geography. So the north half of the province, NDP traditionally above the Canadian Shield line. Below that, prosperous farmlands is Progressive Conservative. In the city, you divide the city by north end, south end, and the suburbs tend to be Progressive Conservative federally and provincially, but the NDP are trying to buck that this election.
So let's see tonight if they can succeed in that mission. The Manitoba Progressive Conservatives have been in power for 7 years in Manitoba, and they're watching this evening and all these results that are about to come in very closely. Our Bartley Kivas is standing by at PC Party headquarters.
Janet, I am here with Lawrence Tote, former Conservative MP and the Director of Stakeholder Relations for the PC campaign. Lawrence, first of all, obvious question, how are you folks feeling tonight?
We're actually feeling really good, Bartley. We're feeling quite confident. We know it's going to be a tough battle, but we've done the work, we've put in the preparation, and we feel pretty optimistic tonight yet.
The polls had the PCs behind the NDP for a couple of weeks, a lot better than a year ago per se, but looking like a tough climb. What do you make of the task that the party had to do today in terms of getting the vote out and in terms of getting the messaging in the last couple of weeks?
Well, it's really all been about getting to the doors, talking to people at their doorstep and finding out what really is on their minds and on their hearts. And we've done that work. We've done a lot of that work. And that's really what it comes down to in every campaign. It's getting out and talking to the people at their homes. That's where you really get the true picture and you really get a true understanding of what the issues are that are really important to them.
There have been a little bit of criticism for the nature of some of the messaging in the latter weeks of the campaign. How would you address that?
Well, I would just say that, we have messaging based on what we're hearing at the doors and what people are telling us at the doors, what their concerns are, and that's what drives our messaging. So it's all based on what we're hearing from people in their homes.
Now, you've been involved in easy elections, difficult elections. Where would this one rank given your experience as a person who's done this several times?
Well, this has been a tough one. It's been a lot of work. We had a lot of ground to make up coming into this, but I think we've done the work, and we're very satisfied with the work we've done. We're very content with the message that we got across to people, and we're very content with what we heard back from people, and that we've addressed that. So, but it's been a tough one. There's no question about it. It's been a lot of work, and we had a great team that worked very hard, and I'm very proud of that team.
Lawrence, thank you very much. Lawrence Tote with the Conservatives. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you very much, Bartley Kivas. Now let's go to NDP headquarters. The CBC's Ian Fraze standing by there.
Thanks, Janet. People are filing in behind me, as you can see. I've got someone who knows the NDP campaign quite intimately. Her name is Cheryl Oates. She was a senior advisor for the Alberta NDP government, and she came to Manitoba to help with campaign prep and debate prep as well. Cheryl, thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here.
Now, you know NDP governments well, both in Alberta and in Manitoba. What stands out about the NDP here in Manitoba?
I have been so impressed with this campaign's ability to really listen to people, listen to the things that are most important to them at this moment in their lives, and then run a campaign so focused on the things that people care about. So running on healthcare and putting forward a credible plan to solve the healthcare crisis in Manitoba, and putting forward real solutions that will make a difference in people's lives right now on the affordability crisis. That discipline and attention to detail has been so, so impressive.
Let's talk about healthcare, because it was your main issue for this campaign, but in Manitoba it was also the main issue in 2019, yet the party was only able to get 18 seats. Specifically, how were you able to make the healthcare messaging resonate when you're talking about it, day after day, and trying to not sound like a broken record, perhaps?
I think Wab Kinew, first of all, is a very, very gifted communicator. And what he did is go out every single day and talk to Manitobans in bite-sized pieces with a credible plan to fix healthcare. So this isn't one day where we roll out a 20-point plan to fix a healthcare system. It's each day talking about one piece that is a real credible plan that is going to make a difference in people's communities. And I think people absorbed that and understood it and understood the difference that it would make in their lives.
Your party took a bit of a centrist bent during the campaign, promising to follow a conservative premier and getting rid of the gas tax, no more lockdowns. What do you say to maybe some of the more progressive elements of the party that might be a little turned off by some of the messaging?
I think Wab Kinew has had an incredible message throughout this campaign that he is in this election to bring Manitobans together and find pathways and issues that can bring Manitobans together, and that's exactly what he's done with his platform and with the policies that he put forward, and this is just another example of that.
There you have it. Cheryl Oates. Janet, back to you.
Ian Fraze, thank you very much. Ian Fraze reporting live from a very noisy room. I suspect there's going to be a party there. Hopefully, they will enjoy their evening, as I hope that everyone enjoys the evening tonight. The Progressive Conservatives, the Liberals, everyone has worked so hard. Let's go to Liberal headquarters and the CBC's Caroline Bargut.
Janet, it's getting pretty noisy in here also. I'd say there's probably about 100, maybe 150 people here at the Norwood Hotel, which is where the Liberal headquarters are. I'm actually joined by Roy Jemison. He is the Director of Communications for the Liberals. Thank you for joining me. How are you feeling tonight?
Feeling really good. We've seen indications over the last couple of weeks, ever since our leader's strong performance in the debate, that there's been a shift. We definitely are seeing and hearing at the doors a lot of PC voters who are disgruntled with their party are moving our way. It's very important to us in a lot of key constituencies in Winnipeg. So we're very positive. I think we're definitely going to keep our 3, and I think add at least 1, 2, possibly 3 more seats. So we're very optimistic.
What are the other ridings that you are watching?
Definitely Willard Reeves in Fort White. He's the only candidate there that can beat Abi Khan. He only came within 198 votes in the by-election. And we know from that campaign that a lot of people who voted PC at that time have switched their vote to Willard. Certainly Burroughs, Gary Aleo, has an outstandingly good campaign. Robert Falcon Roulette in Southdale, Charles Ward in Assiniboia. So there's lots of possibilities. So we think we could do really well.
You were polling at 9%. The latest poll said that, had the Liberals at 9%. Did that not concern you at all? Like, you're still quite confident.
It's actually 9 is the lowest number I've seen, but those are really misleading because they're a global provincial number. And as you know, this election's being fought within Winnipeg, and those polls really aren't granular enough to give you an indication constituency by constituency basis. What our data is showing, what we're hearing at the door, what we're hearing from campaigns, messages, is that in some of these key constituencies, we've definitely got a shot. So we're not concerned about the polls at all. And of course, the only poll that matters is tonight. So.
That's right. Thank you so much, Roy. I appreciate it. Roy Jemison from he's the Director of Communications for the Liberals. Good luck to you tonight, and I guess we'll find out how you guys do. Back to you, Janet.
Thanks so much, Caroline Bargut. Our mini has changed. We have the first results for the evening coming in at 8:18 p.m. Let's take a look at what's happening in the constituency of St. Boniface. This, of course, is a key riding because we have Dougald Lamont, the leader of the Liberal Party, fighting to maintain this seat, but he's got a tough competitor in Robert Loiselle.
Yeah, Loiselle had been really getting a lot of attention. He had focused on this riding. Janet, this riding, even though it's held by the leader of the Liberals, it had been focused upon by the NDP. It used to be owned by, or used to be represented by Greg Selinger for many years, since 1999, before Lamont won it in a by-election. So the NDP won it back, and it looks like with that first poll reporting that they're succeeding so far.
Let's now go to Rossmere, another riding we're watching, where Tracy Schmidt is out ahead of Andrew Micklefield, the incumbent, but only 2 of 24 polls reporting.
Yeah, and Andrew Micklefield is a member of Stephenson's cabinet. It'd be a blow to the PCs if they lost this seat. This would be one of the seats that the NDP really want to pick up if they're going to win the general election.
Again, the lead of just 50 votes,
yeah,
2 of
small.
24 polls reporting. Let's go to Kirkfield Park. Len, this is Brendan East, rather.
Yeah.
Len Isofson is in the lead here. 4 votes, only 1 poll reporting.
Yeah, and as you know, Janet, when we do 1 poll reporting, that means 1 neighborhood within the constituency. So it could be a neighborhood that's more business-oriented than working-class-oriented. But this is a seat that the NDP really want to take back. It was held by Drew Caldwell for the NDP for many years, and the PCs took it with the Brian Pallister victory of 2016.
In Kirkfield Park, another riding we're watching carefully, Logan Oxenham of the NDP, a 71-vote lead over Kevin Klein of the Progressive Conservatives.
And this is significant, Janet. This is a replay of the by-election that was held about 7 or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago. Kevin Klein, a prominent member of the cabinet, who might be the next leader of the Conservative Party if Stephenson steps down the road. But Logan Oxenham lost this by just a narrow margin during the by-election. So it's a rematch, and so far with just 2 polls reporting, it looks like he's leading.
Again, these are very early votes. We're seeing that we have 40 seats yet to hear from. In River Heights, John Gerard, a Liberal stalwart, in the lead, 15 votes separating him and his NDP challenger.
Yeah, it's a seat that Liberals absolutely have to hold on to. A lead of 15 is very worrisome if you're a Liberal, but it's 2 polls reporting. But what's really shocking is Mike Moroz has really put on a strong campaign for the NDP. I grew up in this riding, and I've never seen the NDP come beyond 3rd place. So this is really quite a shake-up, and we'll have to watch how this shakes out. But John Gerard, the elder statesman of the Assembly, and has held that riding since the 1990s.
Only 2 of 17 polls reporting early moments in this results coming in, but our political panelists are very interested in what's happening. So let's go to them and Marcy Marcusa.
Tell you what, they've been through an election or 2, so you never feel nerves until later in the evening. Even Shannon Martin just saying, I had to wait till the very last poll last time when I was running. However, what is your reaction to what we're seeing early in the night here, Erin?
I'm feeling good about it. I mean, of course, it's early days right now. We've got more to come, but I am thinking that we're seeing the trend of what I hope to see for the rest of the evening.
Yep, Shannon Martin?
You know what? I'm satisfied with the numbers. I mean, had the PCs lower, and we've already climbed up to 7. But as my colleague pointed out, these are very, very early numbers. Yep. It's hard to really read much into these tea leaves.
Of course. So Hannah, what about you? The Liberals on the board?
Yeah, no, I agree with my fellow panelists. It's too early for me to be panicking or celebrating. You know, of course, we have the NDP really targeting St. Boniface and our leader, Dougald Lamont there. John Gerard is up in River Heights. That is as to be expected.
Are you worried about Dougald Lamont and St. B? You know, obviously it's early, but you brought it up and said you feel like he's been targeted.
Yeah, I do. I think they made a concerted effort. It was a former NDP premier seat, and they desperately want it back because they know that would be kind of devastating for the Liberal parties, right? So I'm not too worried. Dougald is a fantastic MLA. He has done such a great job as leader, and he works hard.
So what is success to you tonight? I mean, obviously everyone's going to say majority government, but what is success to you tonight when you look, Erin, at the numbers, and what ridings are you watching to get to that success?
Well, I am looking for a majority government. That's my prediction right now. So, you know, the bigger the majority, the better, but that is my expectation.
And what are you watching if that result's going to happen for you? What ridings specifically are you going to be watching? Are those, you know, especially in Winnipeg?
This is a pretty long list of ridings that I'm looking at, but as the former MLA for Southdale, my heart is in Southdale. It's with Renee Cable, who has been working so hard there. I'm really excited to see the results in Southdale.
Well, if you take Southdale back, that means the health minister goes down. So what are you watching? I'm guessing you got your eyes on Southdale too, but Shannon Martin, for your party for the PCs, what's success to you tonight and where are you honing in on?
Well, I mean, success with any party running has to be government. I mean, if it's not government, then what's the point? But actually, the ridings that I'm really looking at, I mean, I've got colleagues and friends running in some of these ridings in southern Winnipeg, in Lagimodiere, obviously in Southdale, in Seine River. I'm keeping a close eye on colleagues and friends. And these are people who've put their lives out there, and wishing them all the best.
Well, we're about to see some more boards and see how some of those races are going. As you can see, the numbers have changed while we've been talking, so let's go back to you.
And absolutely, everyone has worked so hard to get here tonight. I want to point out something that's on our screen as part of our mini, and it's this area right here. We will show you results of every riding in the province as they come in a constant scroll. So if you're wondering about a particular constituency, your constituency perhaps, just stay with us. Every 7 minutes, we'll go through the entire province, all 57 constituencies. So you will see your riding come up soon as the results come in. Marjorie Dowhouse is standing by. She's taking a look at trends and what these numbers mean.
Thank you very much, Janet. Well, here is a current look at how Winnipeg looks right now as the votes are coming in. You can see some orange, some red. Again, these are where the parties are either leading or elected. I'm going to zoom out here to Manitoba and give you a picture of what it looks like right now. You can see the NDP leading and elected in the north. We see some blue in the south. But let's look a little bit closer at the numbers and the vote share here. So here's the share of the votes right now. And this is for Manitoba. Overall for Manitoba, the NDP off to a strong start with over 46% of the votes right now. The Progressive Conservatives at 36%. The Liberals in the double digits there, you can see just under 16%. Now, to give you an idea, back in 2019, overall for the province, the Progressive Conservatives finished off the evening with just under 47% of the vote, the NDP with 30% of the vote, and the Liberals actually sticking pretty close to where they ended up in 2019 with 15% of the vote. So the NDP have actually picked up about 16% since 2019. Let's see how this affects the seat change here. You can see there at the bottom of the screen that the NDP are leading or elected in 16, the Progressive Conservatives 7, the Liberals 1. Now the NDP, remember, in 2019, they won 18 seats. In order to form a majority government here, they need to pick up 11. Right now, it looks like they could pick up 8 seats. The Progressive Conservatives, to maintain that majority government, can afford to lose 7. They're on track like that right now, and the Liberals are looking to be losing 1 seat right now. But Janet, these are, again, early numbers. We still have a number of seats to come in here. So we're going to be keeping an eye on how this all develops this evening. Janet?
We certainly will, Marjorie. Thank you very much. 33 seats yet to report. Let's take a look at what's happening in Riel this evening. In Riel, we've got Mike Moyes out ahead. Now, only a 3-vote lead and only 1 poll reporting, but he's currently ahead of the incumbent, very well-known PC, Rochelle Squires.
Yeah, and this is a seat that the NDP want to win. This is a real bellwether because Riel goes back many, many years, and it has swung back and forth going back the past 2 decades, according to which government forms. Rochelle Squires is a very prominent cabinet minister since the election of Brian Pallister, and she was touted as a very good candidate for leadership last time when Heather Stephenson ran, and there's questions as to whether she might decide to run for leadership if Heather Stephenson, when she steps down.
Let's looking into the future.
Yeah.
Right now, let's look at Fort White and see that Abhi Khan of the Progressive Conservatives is holding his seat tonight. Only 3 of 31 polls reporting.
And this is another rematch, Janet, of a by-election of about a year and a half ago. Abhi Khan won by just under 200 votes over Willard Reeves, and Trudy Schroeder had been running in that election as well. So the same 3 candidates, and with three polls reporting, a lead of 57 is not a comfortable lead for Abhi Khan, and he'll want to be holding on to a larger lead as we go into the evening.
Both Abhi Khan and Willard Reeves, football heroes.
That's right.
Very, very well known. We'll see how that battle comes out tonight. In Seine River, Billy Cross of the NDP has a 137 vote lead with 3 of 14 polls reporting over the incumbent Janice Morley-Lecomte of the Progressive Conservatives.
And Janice Morley-Lecomte is a cabinet minister. Stephenson brought her into the cabinet. This riding is one of the constellation of seats in South Winnipeg that the NDP really want to win. So they're really hoping Billy Cross takes this, and the PCs are really hoping Morley-Lecomte holds on.
Now, if we look at what's happening at the bottom of the screen at the mini that we have there, we have the NDP sitting, leading or elected in 20 constituencies, the Progressive Conservatives in 8, the Liberals leading and elected in only 1. This has to have the Democrats excited tonight, the trend that we're seeing. Let's go to our Citizens Cafe and see how they feel about these early results.
Okay, now it's getting excited. The results are coming in. People are talking. People are clapping. It's still early days. But the results are coming in. Let's check in with our first guest, Brendan Labar. Brendan, you're an NDP voter, supporter. How are you feeling about these results as we're looking at them come in?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, we got 20 here. We got a few to go, though, and we're not close to being done, so we just got to keep pushing, and hopefully we get 29 or more. How are you feeling about your party's chances tonight? I'm feeling pretty solid. The things that came in before the election about what the numbers and hopefully the projections can kind of keep up with what we're seeing. And what was it about the party's platform that resonated with you? Why support the NDP in this election? A couple of things. My mom's a nurse, so the promises in healthcare were really important to me. And other things, just a lot of stuff that's happening in schools right now with the NDP kind of promising the lunch program that's available. And also with the PC are promising a lot of things relating to parental rights. And a few of those things just don't really resonate with me. Like they talk about being able to see what's in the curriculum. The curriculum's available online if you ever want to look at it, and that's just something where I want to see where they draw the line of it, because there's certain issues right now that are coming up with gender identity and things, and I think that if we don't, it almost becomes a thing of where does it end, and we just got to protect the kids, you know. Brendan, thank you so much. Let's get a different perspective. We're going to go now to a PC voter. Round of applause for Brendan. We're going to go now to a PC voter, Ben Little. Right over here. Ben, what are you making of the results as they're coming in?
Well, judging by what we've looked at coming into it, it's about what we've expected so far, and hopefully we can see a bit of a comeback here, but good for the NDP for climbing like they have so far.
Are you still optimistic about your party this evening?
It's a good question, honestly.
That was like the longest pause ever, but it's fine.
Yeah. I think Heather Stephenson could have done a more effective job at defending her campaign instead of kind of making her platform about smearing the NDPs the last little while. She hasn't been very present with press conferences since the debate, and she's kept quiet. And I think she could have done a better job as a leader at defending her position.
And for you, what was it about the PC party that resonated with you? Why did you relate to that?
Well, though I have a lot of respect for Brendan, one thing I was going to bring up actually is the parental rights in schools. That's something that's important to me as well, that the parents versus, the teachers having the rights in schools to deal with what's going on with their kids. My fiance is a teacher, and she says that she believes that that parents should have that role as well. So that's something that's important to me. And also, regardless of who leads, there's a lot of wonderful women in my life, and I just encourage whatever leader steps up to educate young women on birth control and stuff like that, and how it affects them and stuff. I think that's a responsibility they have.
Ben, thank you so much. Different perspectives. That's just some of the perspectives. More to come later on in the evening.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Now, I want to point out that we do not see a Liberal on our mini right now. No Liberals are leading or elected in a riding. Currently, the NDP is ahead of John Gerard in the constituency of River Heights. Let's go to Marjorie Dowhouse. We're sitting at 23 New Democrats leading or elected. Marjorie, can they get to the 29 seats they want for a majority?
Well, Janet, that's what we're tracking right now. So here's a current look at the map in Manitoba, and you can see where the parties are leading or elected. Now, as you can see there at the bottom of the screen, the NDP leading or elected in 23. So, again, remember, keep in mind, What is the scenario here to get to a majority government? Well, they need to pick up 6 seats here, currently leading 23 here for the NDP, 29 to get to that majority. 24 seats still left to report. You can see there that number 6, that is the incumbencies for the NDP. So 6 incumbents. That's all they need to get to that possible majority government. So again, the evening is young. These numbers are changing really fast, Janet, and we are going to be tracking all of this for you this evening.
Thank you very much. In fact, change. There's the Liberals back on the mini board. Perhaps that's River Heights and the battle back and forth between John Gerard and his NDP competitor. Let's go to Southdale now and see what's happening there. In Southdale, okay, 1 of 14 polls reporting only a 3-vote lead, a real nail-biter between Renee Cable of the NDP and the Health Minister, Audrey Gordon of the Progressive Conservatives.
And she's been a lightning rod as Health Minister. But, you know, Audrey Gordon's been very good for retail politics. Manitobans don't know this, but if you live in that riding, you would know Audrey Gordon is very active in her campaigning between the elections. One thing of interest is that Robert Falcon-Willette seems to have been dropping off, but now this is only one neighborhood in the constituency reporting, but the Liberals are really hoping this might be one of their breakthrough constituencies. But it looks like Cable with this first one, very tiny lead of 3 people.
Exactly, early results, but look at Jamie Moses. Again, early results, but no question, what a sizable lead he has in St. Vital, a lead of more than 900 votes.
Yeah.
He has to feel comfortable with that.
And Jamie Moses is the incumbent. He won in the previous election, so he's coming in again. So he has that advantage as the incumbent. But this is one of the urban ridings on the south half of Winnipeg that the NDP wants to both hold and also gain some of the neighboring constituencies in this race.
Fort Richmond, as goes Fort Richmond, goes the province.
Goes the province.
I've heard you say that.
Yeah, Jennifer Chen, she's Chinese descent and 285 votes with a small lead of 49 over Shahi, and he's well known in the community as the executive director of the South Winnipeg Community Centre. So this might be a back and forth that we see tonight, Janet.
And again, only 1 of 14 polls reporting.
Yeah.
You've told me that could be depending on the neighborhood that poll comes from.
Yeah.
In Fort Garry, Mark Wasilyu is the first person we know for certain will be elected tonight. We project an election victory for Mark Wasilyu.
Yeah, and he has been, the PCs have been trying to target him as a lawyer who's defended people for drinking under the influence charges and other charges. But the law community has actually defended him, saying lawyers should defend people in court. So he has been a little bit of a lightning rod for the NDP by attacks from the PCs.
We have 20 seats yet to report in, and we have 16 constituencies in the province right now where the battle between number 1 and number 2 is within 100 votes, less than 100 votes separating the candidate in first place and second. It is a nail-biter tonight. It is a dramatic election like we suspected it would be.
Yeah, and we have to remember that we have a different tabulating machine or counting of the votes. So there might be some parts of the province that don't have those machines, so we'll have to keep in mind that maybe there's some slower counts coming our way. I know there are reports of some delays in some voting stations, so things are coming through very quickly right now with the technology, but there might be a hold-up in some pockets of the province.
Let's go to NDP headquarters where Ian Fraze is standing by. Ian.
There's a lot of cheering in this room. There's pop music playing in the background. They're watching you guys break down each riding, and a lot of cheers in this room. Someone else quite happy about what he's seen so far is Gord McIntosh, a former cabinet minister under Gary Dewar and Greg Selinger, and right now works as a government relations consultant. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. It's an exciting night. Winds of change are blowing in Manitoba today. Strong winds.
You were telling me just earlier that you helped a little bit during that campaign. How so?
I went back on the hustings after taking some time off, and I went to drop literature in a poll, and I can tell you the polls seem a lot bigger than I remember. And I was also able to offer some advice, and including when I was asked.
Right now it's an early lead, as we can gather from the atmosphere here, what's your takeaway from that?
Well, there's a real exuberance within the party. This has been hard work, but it's been a steadfast, sure-footed campaign, really focused in a positive way on what the priorities of Manitobans are, healthcare, cost of living, and I think that kind of a positive message is going to pay off tonight. We're going to see that. I think it's inspiring that positive politics works.
What could the NDP of today learn from the NDP that you were a part of? Again, a 17-year run in government.
Well, we know that healthcare is close to the hearts of all Canadians and Manitobans, of course, here. But we've got to make sure that we continue to put care back in healthcare. And that has been a key message over and over again, that disciplined approach of emphasizing the importance of healthcare and rebuilding it, starting with getting folks back working in healthcare, and then getting those emergency departments back. It's just people are really fed up, I think, with waiting for a whole day to get emergency care. They want to see a change on our streets. And the pledges, I think, that have been made by Wab Kinew and the party really speak with sympathy to what Manitobans want to see in the way of change.
Wab Kinew got an endorsement from Gary Dewar, former premier. Wab has liked to talk about Gary Dewar throughout the campaign. You know the two men. Do you see any similarities between them?
I certainly do, and I got to know them very well, and I know Wab's family. But I really think that Wab Kinew is very much in the mold of Gary Dewar. He's very cautious, very concerned that the finances are in place, that we really deliver on all of our promises. And as Gary always said, a promise made is a promise kept. And that's what Wab is pledged to deliver on. He says, please hold me accountable. We have got to work together on some very tough challenges, but we can do it. So it was a message of optimism that resonated.
Former Cabinet Minister Gord McIntosh, thanks for joining me. And Janet, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. We are still waiting for 17 constituencies in the province of Manitoba to report. And although the New Democrats must be pleased with what they are seeing tonight in terms of people elected and leading, 29 seats is what they need for a majority, and they have not accomplished that. We have 13 constituencies where the margin between candidates is less than 100 votes. That's something that a simple poll, one poll, a different neighborhood, could wipe out that kind of margin.
That's right, and so we'll have to see what happens. But there is, collectively, there is a trend going on here, as we see by the board down there, 25 NDP, but it is too early to say that anything's going to be formed. And I see, Janet, that now the Liberals have one seat back on the board, and that's not River Heights, that's Tyndale Park with Cindy Lamoureux. So a lot of things are in flux right now. The River Heights was on with the Liberals, then they dropped off. Now Tyndale Park with Cindy Lamoureux, but that shows the tiny margins that we're looking at across the board.
So let's look closely at these battlegrounds like River Heights, where John Gerard has been there representing the riding for more than 20 years.
Yeah.
But the NDP's in the lead tonight, 56 votes.
And that riding is one of the more affluent ridings in all of Manitoba. Mike Moroz for the NDP leading. I've never seen that in the history of River Heights. And the Conservatives in third place. Traditionally, it flips back and forth between the Liberals and the Conservatives, but John Gerard's held this since the late 1990s. So this would be astonishing if Moroz held on, but of course, once again, it's only 3 of 17 polls.
In Tyndale Park, the one Liberal we see on the board as leading or elected is Cindy Lamoureux. She's leading by, again, less than 100 votes over her NDP challenger, Kelly Legaspi.
Yes, and Cindy Lamoureux is the daughter of Kevin Lamoureux, longtime member of Parliament for that same part of the city. Represents the area of Winnipeg in Parliament. Cindy Lamoureux was trying to become the Liberal leader, lost to Dougald Lamont, but the Liberal Party absolutely needs to hold on with her. So 98 margin is a good news story for the Liberals, and they want to continue on tonight like that.
They want to see a good news story for them coming out of St. Boniface, but St. Boniface tonight has Dougald Lamont trailing by 201 votes behind Robert Loiselle.
Yes, Loiselle is a lot of work was done in this constituency. A very prominent campaign office on Marion Avenue, which is one of the major arteries through St. Boniface. Dugal Lamont, you know, he's had the unenviable task of having to represent the party across the province in all the debates and all the appearances for the party. At the same time, have to defend his seat, which has always been vulnerable to the NDP because they held it for many, many years under Ed Schreier, Howard Pauley, and Gary Doer. So it's a tough row for Dougald Lamont to hoe, if I could use that metaphor.
Yeah, and you can. Kildonan River East. Let's take a look at what's happening there this evening. Now, we have Rochelle Schott in a tight race with Alana Van Am of the Progressive Conservatives. She's leading Rochelle Schott by 15 votes at the moment.
Yeah, and this was a seat held by the PCs. Kathy Cox was one of the few urban Progressive Conservatives who decided not to run again. Most of the ones who didn't run again were outside of the city, but Kathy Cox decided not to run, and Rochelle Schott for the NDP seems to be benefiting a little bit by not having a PC incumbent to run again. But once again, it's an eyelash or a whisker width of a lead of 15.
These Winnipeg seats are so important, especially to the Progressive Conservatives, if they want to hang on to government. Rossmere, Tracy Schmidt, 192 votes ahead of the incumbent, Progressive Conservative Andrew Micklefield.
Yeah, and Micklefield, member of the cabinet with Heather Stephenson. Tracy Schmidt is a lawyer and might be of benefit if she hangs on. And if the NDP were to form a government, Tracy Schmidt would be in a position to have a prominent position in the cabinet. So this would be a great benefit for the NDP. But it's still, as you see, four polls reporting, and it's still early.
The Maples, let's take a look there where I know there's been a bit of a battle, but it looks like Mintu Sandhu, probably fairly comfortable with only 5 of 14 polls reporting. He already has a 401 vote lead.
Yeah, and the Maples is traditionally an area for the NDP to win, and the Liberals sometimes have been able to win the seat, but everybody expected Sandhu to hold the seat for the NDP.
I wonder what our insiders, our political insiders are saying. Let's go to the panel with Marcy Marcusa and find out.
Well, I'll tell you what, we haven't had a minority government in this province since 1988. Manitoba's voters seem to like to send messages. And as you've mentioned right now, the NDP are at least tracking. We're still early in the evening, but they are tracking toward that number of 29, which would be a majority. When we talk about issues and we think about issues at the door, should that trajectory continue tonight, Aaron Selby, why do you think we would see your party get into that kind of a position of success?
Manitobans were really clear that healthcare was their #1 issue. We spoke to that, and they also know that we're the ones that they can trust to heal it.
Shannon Martin, when you're watching tonight, we still obviously are early in the evening, but the issues that you were hearing at the door that you still at this point are thinking, no, we're gonna push to the end, we're gonna see some more PC success tonight because of this. What are those issues you're thinking about?
I think the two issues that haven't been mentioned, affordability and crime, and I think those two issues are still going to be reflected in a large number of these polls. Again, when you only have 1 or 2 polls reporting, it's really difficult to extrapolate what's going through people's minds.
What about healthcare? What did you hear at the door in this campaign from your PC point of view about healthcare?
You know, like anyone else, people want to make sure that healthcare is there when they need it. There's a significant delays as a result of COVID that people wanted to see the system built back up. I think we're on a path there, and we'll see what Manitobans also have to say.
Hannah, you're watching the one Liberal on the board. Obviously, I know you had some reaction when we're watching John Gerard behind in River Heights. You've known him for a very long time. What are your personal feelings as you're watching these results? And then maybe we'll talk about why you think they're happening.
Yeah, both John and Cindy, I am shocked to see that it would even be this close in either one of those ridings. We consider those, I think most Manitobans consider those quite safe Liberal seats. There is the Lamoureux machine in the north end.
Even though she's the one on the board, still watching that. But Dougald is not on the board. He's behind.
Yeah.
And Gerard is behind.
Yeah. And I think that just goes to show how much the NDP has really focused on knocking the Liberals out of this province, out of this race altogether. That was one of the first things, actually the first thing they did when the writ dropped, was come after the other progressive party in this province and try to knock us out. It's the last thing Wab said in the debate was, don't vote Liberal. So I think those efforts hopefully will be fruitless, but I think just the fact that these races are so close at that point show that that was a
fair
tactic.
criticism. Did your party go too hard at the strategic voting and just?
Our party went with the message that people were talking about. People in Manitoba were worried about health care. It was the #1 issue. And that's what our party spoke to.
What ridings are surprising you tonight, Shannon Martin, as you're watching early results? Now we are seeing the numbers tick up a little bit. 26 leading or elected for NDP, 17 for your party. But which are there boards that came up there that you're thinking you didn't expect to see?
You know what, I would have expected, at least early on. I mean, Janice Morley-Lecomte and her riding in South Winnipeg is a riding that I'm expecting. She has worked tremendously hard. She is just a quiet personality that's been out there daily door knocking. So I'd be very surprised if these early results don't turn around for her.
I want to ask you both this briefly, and we can elaborate it on later in the night when we're deeper into the results. But I want to ask you, both of you have both been part, for your parties, for the NDP and PC, that is, part of change elections, where sort of there are big swings, big messages sent. Did you get a sense already at the door that this could be that kind of a night?
Absolutely. We heard that on the doorstep over and over, that people did not feel comfortable with their government, that they did not feel that that the Conservatives were the party that was going to heal health care, and that was the #1 issue we heard about.
And Shannon?
No, I never got that message of change at the doorsteps. I mean, there was a nervousness among a lot of the voters that I engaged with. I mean, the NDP had 17 years to fix health care. I mean, let's go back. It was an absolute disaster when we inherited office. So, I mean, there is a nervousness about turning the keys back over to the NDP when it comes to health management.
Hannah, when does the nervousness set in for you when you're looking at these numbers? We're still early, but of course, to be an official party, you're going to need 4 seats. So is that feeling creeping in yet, or are we too early?
We're not quite there. I still have confidence in many of our incredible candidates. I know that the folks over at Liberal HQ were mentioning some of the specific ridings that we're looking at, and I am still watching those closely during these early days.
Well, as soon as I came out of my mouth that it's been all those years since we had a minority government position, we're watching these numbers now creep closer together. So let's go back and have a look at what's happening right now.
Indeed, Marcy, when I saw just a moment ago on your mini right there, these are live results. As they come in, you're seeing them, and I see the PCs jump to 20 and the NDP dip to 24. I go like this. What a race we have tonight. Let's go to Marjorie Dowhouse and find out where these leading and elected results are coming from.
Thanks a lot, Janet. Well, here is a current look right now at the Manitoba map, but I want to zoom in particular here in Winnipeg, because as we've mentioned, Winnipeg is a battleground here. And so the parties, if they want to form the next government, have to win some of the ridings here in Winnipeg. Let's take a look now at the vote change here. You're going to pull up this board here, and we're going to show you the difference here. So the NDP have 50%, over 50% of the vote share here in Winnipeg. That's up 14 points. That is a big jump for them. Progressive Conservatives seeing a little bit of a dip, 32%, just over 32%. That's a loss of 4 percentage points. The Liberals actually still in the double digits. You can see they're 16% of the vote, but a little bit of a drop for them. They've lost 3 percentage points there. Let's take a look now at the seat change, because the numbers here are changing so fast. So remember that the NDP had to gain 11 seats from the number that they had in 2019, the 18 seats, to form a majority government here in Manitoba. They look to be gaining 11 seats. The Progressive Conservatives only could afford to lose 9. So far, they appear to be losing 7. Rather, they could afford to lose 7. But right now, it appears they could be losing 9. And you can see there the Liberals could appear to be losing 2. So Winnipeg is key here. It's big. It is a tight race between the NDP here and the Progressive Conservatives. And we're going to continue to see these numbers and even this map change this evening, Janet.
Absolutely, Marjorie. There is one riding where we feel comfortable to project the victory of the candidate. And that riding is Fort Rouge. Wab Kinew, leader of the New Democratic Party, has something to celebrate tonight. Most certainly, he's been re-elected in his own riding.
Well, it's a very comfortable lead for Wab Kinew, as you see, and that, of course, that projection, no surprise there. And he was running against Caron, who's a police constable, that the Progressive Conservatives were using for their advertisements to show that Wab Kinew is soft on crime, the PCs have a candidate who's a constable, who's tough on crime, and it doesn't seem to have really taken, at least in Fort Rouge.
Well, it's to the people we're watching right now, this is a live shot of New Democratic Party headquarters. They like the news of seeing their leader reelected in his own constituency.
Well, it is something.
It is something.
Yeah.
Let's see how our Citizen Cafe members feel about the way the night is trending. 25 NDP leading and elected. The PCs fighting hard, though. 19 Tories leading or elected.
I have to keep checking over my shoulders to keep watching those results as they come in, constantly changing. Let's try another people poll, everyone. Get your paddles ready, because this is the question pointed up to the camera on the balcony. Did you vote strategically in this election? Did you vote strategically? Let's have a look. Yeses and nos. There's a mix. There's a mix. What do those strategic votes mean? We'll get to that later on in the conversation. Oh, we have to throw back to Janet for some breaking news. Janet?
And let's go to the New Democratic Party headquarters, where Ian Fraze is standing by. Ian.
Janet, you saw the pictures in this room, the cheering. It's a small, intimate room, but it's quite packed, and people are excited. I now have with me Mark Wassilou, projected right now, or CBC decision does, projecting that Mark Wassilou is in the lead in Fort Garry. He is the economic development critic, or has been, for the NDP. Mark, how are you feeling so far?
I'm excited. It's turning out to be a wonderful night.
Why do you think your party's messaging appears to be resonating with voters?
Well, you know, we had a positive campaign, and we spoke to the concerns of Manitobans. They want a functioning healthcare system, and we were the only party that was talking about it.
Well, is that what you were hearing at the doors as well?
Absolutely. I probably knocked on close to 13,000 doors, and that was the number one thing I heard at the door. And people would tell us these horrible personal stories about their experiences in the healthcare system. This really has touched all Manitobans, even indirectly. And everybody has a story to tell, and they know that we can't keep going this way, and things have to change. And we're seeing that tonight.
What do you hope an NDP government would mean for Manitoba?
You know, we got to bring this province together. It's been divided, and I think you need positive change in Manitoba with an NDP government that doesn't leave anybody behind. And I think that's what we're going to bring to the people of Manitoba.
Mark Wassilou, NDP candidate in Fort Garry. Janet, back to you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a look specifically at another riding that you would think would be quite safe for the Progressive Conservatives, but tonight it seems like things are shifting. There is change happening tonight. Heather Stephenson in Tuxedo, now only 2 of 26 polls reporting, but only a 4-vote lead?
Yeah, and this is one of the most affluent neighborhood of all of Manitoba. A lead of 4 is really astonishing. 2 out of over so many polls.
This is currently the tightest race in the entire province.
That's right. On our database, it is registered as the tightest race. I would say that the NDP, I suspect that 2 of those polls reporting there's a pocket of public housing in Tuxedo, and I suspect that might be where that's reporting here. But we'll have to see how this goes through the evening.
The tightest race in the province. How does Heather Stephenson feel about that tonight? I wonder.
And she's not the first premier to hold that riding. Gary Filmon, for many years, he represented the riding of Tuxedo as well when he was premier.
We have 9 races that are under 100 votes separating first and second place. Our Citizens Cafe, I hear milling behind me. I hear the noise and the excitement as they're watching this incredibly tight race unfold this evening.
Well, it shows you that every voter, should feel that they have some effect. When voters feel that they have an effect, there's a high turnout, and so this is an indication where votes matter.
Votes matter. Let's go to our Citizens Cafe. They are the people who are here tonight to represent you, the voice of the voter. Let's hear from them.
Lots of eyes glued to the screens as those results keep changing. Let's check in with some NDP supporters. We have Kai Solomon here. Kai, an NDP supporter. How are you feeling? Like the NDP are ahead, but the PCs aren't far behind. How are you feeling?
A little stressed right now, but I'm okay. I'm hoping we can win this, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So not fully confident yet that you're there. Okay, what was it about the PC platform? Why were you supporting them this election?
So I was supporting the NDPs because...
Sorry, NDP.
I was like, hey, whoa. Because, hey, it's all good. Because I am trans, so and I work in a school. So I feel like the PC platform does not actually fit with how I roll. So I'm very much NDP. Always have been since Wab actually became leader, so yeah.
What's at stake for you at this election?
A lot, I think. I don't know. I'm just like, honestly, just trans healthcare and trans rights and trans youth, because I literally work with them every day. So, yeah.
Kai, thank you so much. Let's check in with another NDP supporter. We have Angel Placido here. Angel, what was the #1 issue that was important for you in this election?
Well, for me specifically, healthcare has always been part of my life. Growing up, I've had a kidney problem, so I've been in and out of the hospital over time. And for me, just healthcare in general should be stronger, and we shouldn't be waiting, and we should have access and just supporting each other. Therefore, I vote for NDP, and I have high hopes for what the future has to come as well.
And you come from a very political home as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so pretty much my dad used to be in politics back in the Philippines. So when we immigrated here when I was 3 in Winnipeg, Manitoba, politics has just been all of my life. I've seen it, I've watched it. I've just seen how my dad's been so passionate about it. Therefore, that's why to me it's so important to make sure our healthcare is strong, our people are strong, and that our focus is as well as us as youth.
As you're looking at the results right now, how confident, or how are you feeling about the NDP this evening?
I'm super confident, absolutely confident. But at the same time, too, it's just like, we have to wait and see. But as of right now, I'm insanely confident.
Thank you so much. Lots of, at least from the NDP voters here, some positivity. Of course, there are many mixed feelings here, and we'll get to some of those perspectives later on in the evening.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Let's go to Dauphin right now and see what's happening there. Gord Wood of the Progressive Conservatives has a very tight lead over Ron Kostyshin of 30 votes.
And this was one of the ridings that the NDP really wanted to take. But we saw Heather Stephenson spending time in the final days of the campaign up in Dauphin to try to hold that for the PCs.
And look what those 30 votes mean. The NDP is sitting at 28 leading and elected right now, one shy of a majority government. In Interlake Gimli, Derek Johnson, a sizable, a comfortable lead over his NDP challenger.
Yeah, many people were seeing this as a constituency to watch, as maybe one of the bellwethers, but clearly it looks like the PCs are going to hold it with 591. That's a large margin, but there's still a lot of polls to come in. And sometimes in these rural ridings, Janet, is there are different communities that have different rates of voting for the counting of. So I would say that we'll have to see how this comes out at the end. But right now, Derek Johnson's really leading.
What could be happening in this province? Let's go to Thompson and see there that Eric Redhead is ahead by 536 votes. No real surprise there.
No, and this was Steve Ashton's constituency for many years when he was a prominent cabinet minister. Eric Redhead has held this seat for a couple of elections now. Eric Redhead has been a target of the Progressive Conservatives because of some issues with the law in the past, allegations, but it looks like it's clearly going to be moving towards the NDP as it did before.
At this point, though, far from a wipeout for the Progressive Conservatives.
Yeah.
Some of the polls were saying they were going to do terribly. They are not doing terribly. They have 22 of their candidates leading or elected tonight. One of them elected our PC.
Yeah, and Borderland is
You know what I'm trying to say.
And Janet, Borderland is seen as part of the safe seat category for the PCs. So we aren't surprised by Gunter holding on to this as the projected winner. But as you pointed out, 28 seats right now on the board below us, 28 seats for the NDP, and that's what they need for to be forming a government. 29. But,
29 for majority.
Yeah, they're edging
If these
towards
numbers
that.
were to hold, of course we have 6 yet to come,
yeah.
We'd be in a sort of a minority or a majority situation for government. Bob Legacy in Dawson Trail is leading. He's the incumbent for the Progressive Conservatives.
Yeah, and that was a seat that some people have been talking about. Could that move over to the NDP? Chris Wiebe was seen as a possible person to win this, but it's still a small amount with only a couple of polls of the 17 reporting.
Well, what a night. La
is.
Vérendrye, Conrad North of the Progressive Conservatives hanging on over Bianca Seam of the NDP with a 54 vote lead.
Yeah, and with only one poll once again. So we've got these narrow margin, Janet, of under 100, and still a lot of numbers still to come.
And that is exactly why our CBC Decision Desk can't make a call at this point. What is happening in the future of this province, because we have so many tight races.
And some of them will probably go on very late into the night. I suspect there'll be a number that will be recounts too when we get into the next few days. So it's much more close tonight, Janet, than the pollsters were saying. The pollsters, Forum Research had a poll, Main Street Research had a poll, and a few others had a poll just in the final 2 days. And we're projecting much bigger numbers for the NDP than what we're seeing now.
Let's go to our political insiders, our insiders panel, to find out what they make of this incredibly tight race.
Well, watching a lot and already discussing, as you were saying, a lot of those races are so leading and projected are really tight. So we're discussing the fact that an automatic recount happens at 50 votes, just in case viewers are wondering tonight as you're watching these results come in. I want to talk about the campaign and the tone of the campaign, because it's come up at your party headquarters. The Liberals said something about positivity, hoping that'll work in their favor. Well, you might have heard the Citizens Cafe earlier tonight in the broadcast, and the issue of the parental rights coming up, which also had a tone that people felt was divisive. And Shannon Martin, what would you say to that? Because I know that you were sharing with me that at the door you felt that was important to be discussed. You were hearing that was an important issue for people, their parental rights in schools. Did your party read that wrong, or what's your sense of this tonight on that issue?
First of all, with anything, I mean, as I say, facts aren't divisive. Facts are just simply facts. It's your interpretation always. But when we're talking about parents have always made it clear that they want to have a legitimate and fulsome role within the education system. So in large part, we were simply talking about validating and incorporating that into legislation. Of course, what happens, though, as when you bring out these issues during a campaign, is your opponents ramp up the opposition to it and take it to places that it was never meant to go to.
So let's go to the rest of the panel then, because you've opened that up. So I can see Hannah wanting to get in, but why don't we start with, who wants to go first?
Hannah, go ahead.
Hannah? Okay, Hannah.
Sure, yeah, no, I mean, I understand what my fellow panelist is meaning, but I find it quite hard to believe that the PCs didn't know what they were doing when they used parental rights as a slogan, knowing what's been going on in Florida, knowing that's a bit of a dog whistle. So I do find that kind of tone very concerning and just frankly unproductive.
Okay, so let's go to Erin Selby here.
I think what we did is we focused on having a positive vision and a plan that Manitobans could get behind. And that is exactly what has resonated across the province. So, you know, when they went low, we went high.
What was the tone of the campaign for you then? Let me ask you this, Shannon. Did you feel that it was heated, or you don't like the word divisive? So I'm wondering what you felt the tone of the campaign was.
You know what, I thought
I
thought the tone of the campaign, by and large, has been steady for all the political parties. I think they've all relatively, stayed on message, presented their case as best as they could based on the information that they were getting from their voters.
And Erin Selby, when you're looking at these results tonight, what would you say in terms of the areas that are surprising you? Have you seen boards come up that have been surprising you now?
I knew we were going to hang on to all of our seats. I wasn't worried about that. But there are some ones coming up that I had my fingers crossed, and here they are coming through. Riel is looking really good. St. River is looking really good. And of course, as I said, my heart's always in Southdale, which is looking fantastic right now, too.
Hannah, you brought up an interesting point earlier in the evening, because a lot of time we talk about getting the vote out and the ability to get the vote out. But you're saying you do a lot of work on TikTok, and you said on social media that there's a lot of younger voters that are also missed. Is that something that moving forward onto tonight that all parties could learn from?
Absolutely. I think that's something, these are conversations that all political parties have been looking at for the last 10 years. How do we use social media? How do we reach the youths, right? That's the question for 100 years, not just the last 10 years. Sure. But we have to be honest that the young people aren't answering the door. They don't have landlines to participate in surveys. They feel disenfranchised. They feel like it is the system that's the problem, and like I said before, we are rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. So I think to really reach these young people, we need to meet them where they're at, and we need to understand what they're saying and actually validate that it's not going to take small tweaks, it's going to take an overhaul.
Well, that's, of course, a question that'll be analyzed for the day after, right? Once we see those final results and once we see which parties are going to be doing that analyzing and seeing where they need to shore up their support. But we still have a lot of races that we're watching, a lot of them that are tight. But right now, at this point, it does look like the NDP are on a trajectory, at least, where they are creeping close to that majority number. As soon as I said it, back to you. Let's look at what those races are that took us over that number 29.
So what you've just heard is our Citizens Cafe, the new Democratic Party supporters. Of course, we've got a mix of people there, but clearly the folks supporting the NDP are loud. And they were excited to see our mini first jump to the magical number of 29 seats leading or elected for the New Democrats. Now it's sitting at 31 with only 5 seats to come. Progressive Conservatives sitting at 20, leading or elected, and the Liberals at 1. If you are thinking of any particular riding and you want to know what's happening there, remember, right here on your screen, we're scrolling through every constituency. You will see the races right there. Let's go to Tuxedo right now, where there is an upset potentially in the works.
Wow,
do you hear the disbelief? Tuxedo is a progressive conservative stronghold. And Heather Stephenson, the woman who is premier, is currently in a battle to keep that seat.
And clearly this would be a complete collapse of the Liberal vote, that Wab Kinew's strategy of bringing over Liberal supporters. I would say that's successfully happening right now in Tuxedo. But during the evening, I was looking at the data that we have on our side screens here, and this Tuxedo has gone back and forth. A few minutes ago, Stephenson was leading by an eyelash.
And it is an eyelash. It's 33 votes separating the two of them. So,
but it would be astonishing if the NDP win this constituency, Janet. Yeah.
Let's go now to Progressive Conservative headquarters, where our Bartley Kivas is standing by. Bart.
Janet, I'm with PC campaign manager Marnie Larkin. Marnie, thanks for taking time here. What do you make of these early numbers?
Well, early, exactly that. I mean, there's some ridings we haven't had any reporting on at all. We just got reports that McPhillips isn't providing any counts yet, so we're not sure what's going on with those machines. We've got some boxes that have gone away and we don't know where they are, so we're on with Elections Manitoba. We know this election's going to be tight in that it's going to come down to a few votes across a few ridings, so I think we still have a little bit of time tonight.
When you see this spread, though, when you see the NDP, if this lead holds in majority territory, what do you think? What do you think about your team that was out trying to get the vote out today? What do you think of the prospects for this moving?
We got our vote out today. They didn't get as many votes out today as us, and you can tell by the difference in advance polls. So I'm very happy with where we are. If we get our ID vote out, if that's how it finishes off tonight, we'll win this election. It's just a matter of time and waiting to see what actually happens.
What do you make of the leader, Heather Stephenson, being behind in her own constituency at this point?
Way too early to say anything. And actually, I think we've been flipping across seats on a regular basis, so I'm not concerned about it at all.
All right, and I have to ask you, it's a question I asked Lawrence Todt again. Any concerns about the messaging here at the end of the campaign, possibly turning away some core progressive voters within the big progressive conservative tent?
Absolutely not. Manitobans told us what they wanted to hear, and we delivered on that. We have a leader that is full of compassion and strength, and sometimes has to make very difficult decisions for all Manitobans, and she showed that she can do that and stay strong.
Marnie Larkin, PC campaign manager, thank you very much for joining us here. Back to you, Janet.
Thanks very much, Bartley. As you can see, we go through all the ridings every 7 minutes. We still have 5 seats yet to report. We just heard that perhaps McPhillips is one of them, and that is one of the ridings that could very easily flip tonight. Let's take a look at some of these very close battles where they are too close to call. In Tuxedo, where the NDP and PC are battling out with a difference of only 33 votes. Kildonan, River East, again, at the moment, the NDP candidate in the lead, but only by 49 votes. In Riel, the NDP candidate in the lead by 57 votes. In Brandon West and the Pas-Camasac, which would be an upset,
Would be.
the PCs are leading with 64 votes in the Pas-Camasac. In Brandon West, the difference is 61. Those are incredibly tight battles.
Yeah, and two of the bellwether ridings are Brandon West. No, Brandon West is a safe progressive conservative seat, so that small margin is a little bit of a surprise to me. But Riel is really one of the great bellwether ridings for this election. So by winning by 57 votes in Riel, which is really an indication of the province, in many parts of the province, it's really close. So, and you know, Janet, we look at that storyboard at the bottom, 30 to 21 to 1, and the 30 to 21 could be flipping around as we go forward, and so it's way too early to say the NDP is marching to a majority.
They're, I'm sure, happy to see this, but they'd be feeling a lot more comfortable right now if the Progressive Conservatives weren't putting up such a strong fight. They sit currently, the NDP, 30 leading or elected. That would be enough for them to squeak by with a majority government, but not the comfortable victory they would love to see tonight. Let's go see to the New Democratic. Let's go there to see what Ian Fraze is seeing unfold at New Democratic Party headquarters. Ian?
I'm seeing a lot of happy faces. I'm hearing them too. A really loud crowd and boisterous as the results so far are looking in their favor. I am joined by the face in a lot of ways of the NDP's consistent healthcare messaging. It is Ozoma Asaguera, the NDP's health critic over the few years. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. The energy in the room tonight is amazing. I think that Manitobans are letting us know that healthcare is in fact their top priority, and it's amazing to see the province come together on such an important issue on such an important night.
You've had a role tonight in kind of keeping the crowd going. What have you been doing tonight?
I've been fortunate tonight to co-MC the evening with my colleague, the incumbent candidate for St. James, Adrian Sala. And, you know, our job tonight is just to make sure that there's a feeling of unity, togetherness, and that, you know, we're all moving forward in this election and waiting for the results in a good way.
Your party has talked about healthcare all the time, even well before the campaign, during the pandemic, afterwards. How do you continue to sell that messaging so in a way that voters aren't going to tune it out?
Well, you know what, it's Manitobans who have told us that healthcare is their #1 priority and has been across the province for years. And so our team has made a point of listening to Manitobans, bringing forward their voices and concerns. And so healthcare is the top issue for them, it's the top issue for us. And we made sure that during this election that we echoed and amplified the voices and needs of Manitobans.
Can an NDP government, if that happens tonight, can you fix healthcare? It's a really challenging issue throughout the country. Why should voters trust an NDP?
You know, first and foremost, our team is providing a vision and a path forward that is completely different than what Manitobans have been forced to endure the last 7 years. Our priority is working together. It's bringing people together. It's listening to frontline voices, listening to the healthcare experts who've been ignored for the last many years, and working together to fix healthcare. You know, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take hard work. It's going to take time, but it's not something that is impossible. We can get this done and fix healthcare together as Manitobans.
That's been the NDP's health critic, Ozoma Asaguera. Janet, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. You could hear, couldn't you, how hoarse she was? They were, rather, that voice where you can just tell the candidates have been working so hard out there talking to everyone and trying to get their message out. Now, let's go to Marjorie Dowhouse to take a look behind these numbers that we see at the bottom of the screen. Marjorie?
Thanks a lot, Jen. So again, let's show you currently what it looks like in the province right now if we take a look at the map. So this is currently in Manitoba, but I want to zoom into Winnipeg here because we talked about how important it is for a party to win Winnipeg if they have hopes of forming the government. This is currently what it looks like in Winnipeg. You can see some orange there. 31 seats the NDP are elected or leading in. Want to compare this to 2019, where you can see a lot of blue and that orange was more centralized in the middle of the city there. But let's take a look at the share vote right now, because the number here will show you just how many of the votes the NDP have right now. So the percentage is 44.4%. That is a jump for the NDP compared to 2019 when they had just over 30% of the vote. Progressive Conservatives seeing just a little bit of a dip at over 42% share of the vote. 2019, as you may recall, they finished just under 50% of the vote there. The Liberals hanging on there in the double digits, just over 11% of the vote. And what the NDP is seeing there in the share of the vote is actually translating into the number of seats that they are elected or leading in. So the NDP looked to be gaining 15 seats. Remember, what they needed to gain was 11 from the 18 that they got in 2019 to form a majority government. The Progressive Conservatives look to be losing 13 so far, and the Liberals look to be losing 2. Again, these numbers are coming in fast and furious, but you can see how the share of the vote here, Janet, actually has a relation to the seat change that we're seeing so far this evening.
Absolutely. Now, I'd like to take a moment just with Christopher Adams here and talk about that vote split. At the moment, we're seeing the popular vote split almost exactly between the NDP and the Progressive Conservatives.
But at long time understandings of how voting works, like the NDP uses their vote support more efficiently. And what that means is they win seats with smaller margins, whereas the Progressive Conservatives in many areas like in Moradin and Port La Prairie, those areas outside of the city, they tend to win with larger margins. So they don't use their vote. I mean, they can't really purposely do this, but they can't use their vote as efficiently as the NDP. So when you get a tie between the two leading parties, the NDP gain more seats as a result of the efficiency.
Might be one of the reasons people argue for, this first past the post system.
Yeah, proportional representation.
Let's go now to Riel and Seine River and see first Riel, Mike Moise, again a super tight race in Riel. Surprising to see Rochelle Squires in second place, only because she is so well known and well respected.
Yeah.
But it's a sign of what's happening tonight. The New Democratic Party has strong support.
Yeah, prominent cabinet minister Rochelle Squires. She was seen as a possible leadership candidate against Heather Stephenson before. She's also seen as sort of a bright future of the party, because the party has two wings, an urban and a rural wing in the PC party. And Rochelle Squires was really seen as a good representative of the urban side of the PC party. And Mike Moise is clearly taking advantage of grabbing Liberal votes away to support the NDP in this constituency.
That was a message Wab Kinew sent out.
That's right.
In Seine River, we're seeing Janice Morley-Lecomte in second place, losing perhaps her seat. Now again, only 8 of 14 polls reporting in Seine River. The lead, 266 votes for the NDP.
Yeah, and just roughly half the polls reporting Janice Morley-Lecomte has really worked this constituency very hard, but obviously Billy Cross campaigning hard, but also the advantage of what Wab Kinew has brought to South Winnipeg and bringing some momentum to swing back to what we used to call the Doer Democrats, that is the people who are middle-class swing voters who voted for Gary Doer in the NDP and now seem to be voting for Wab Kinew in the NDP.
And our mini right now reading 32 leaded and elected for the NDP. Renee Cable is one of those people who is leading, currently 324 votes in Southdale, ahead of Audrey Gordon of the Progressive Conservatives.
Yeah, and that's quite a margin. And also, as the communication director of the Liberals was saying at an earlier interview this evening, that they really saw Robert Falcon-Willett as maybe being the person to a breakthrough for the Liberals in this constituency, and it must be a disappointment for them there. But clearly, Wab Kinew's campaign beseeching Liberals to come over, having Lloyd Axworthy officially endorsing Wab Kinew, even though he said he didn't endorse him. But Wab Kinew was supported by Lloyd Axworthy. So that strategy is working out.
And they worked together at the university, so there perhaps
that's true. That's true.
At the University of Winnipeg. So let's go to our Citizens Cafe as we sit now. New Democratic Party candidates leading and elected in 33 constituencies, PCs in 22, Liberals in one seat we've yet to hear from. So many close races tonight. Let's go to our Citizens Cafe.
We've been hearing from Manitobans here at the Citizens Cafe. We've heard from NDP voters. Now let's hear from the PC voters here at the cafe. I'm joined now by Rahim Mirza. He's a realtor. Rahim, how are you feeling about the results so far?
I'm still feeling optimistic. I've been a PC party member since I was 18 and a supporter, but ultimately I do think whichever party governs, whether it be our NDP or PC, I do believe we're going to see a minority government either way.
Okay, so you're still optimistic.
Still optimistic.
I love that.
Still
some polls to go.
And what is it about the PC platform that speaks to you?
Yeah, so as a realtor, you know, we see a lot of social economic issues as well as economy-driven related issues that we see throughout the province and city. So for me, economy is definitely a big factor, especially with cost of living. On top of that, you know, we're all about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm Pakistani, my wife's Polish, we have a 1-year-old son. And so for us, the public schooling system and some of the social aspects that we want a bit more of a say on as well is something that we've been leaning towards as well. So
tell me more what you mean by that.
Yeah, just you know, relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion, we just want to be able to have a bit more of a say on just some of the social aspects that may be taught at home rather than some of the stuff that are taught in the classroom. And so that's a lot of where our vote's been turning as well. So
when you look at the numbers, what do you think the PCs might have missed something in their platform?
I do. So if you look at their platform versus you look at the announcements that are happening, you know, out loud at the doors as well as on the media, I don't think they've been very vocal, especially compared to the NDP. So I think that's something that I would have wished to have seen more of.
Raheem, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I want to go now to Mike Prisbill. He's a rink attendant, a PC supporter. Michael, what are you making of the results that you're seeing right now? Are you as optimistic as Raheem?
Well, Raheem's wife, she's one of my cousins, so I've known him for a few years now. And him and I share the same ideals, so I am optimistic as well.
Okay. And what is it about the PC platform that speaks to you?
For me personally, my parents are immigrants. I think the PC values are very strong with first-generation children because we have seen our parents suffer and struggle to acquire what's truly theirs. And I think personally for myself, the PC platform is one that resonates with me, especially with the aspect of parents, because I am a soon-to-be father myself too. And any way that parents can be involved with their children's lives even more is something that I value as well.
If the PCs don't win tonight, how do you feel about a future government under the NDP?
I think, well, the NDP's, you know, it's flip-flops between Conservatives and the NDP NDP was last in power in 2014, 2012, I can't remember exactly. And they do a good job. As long as the government looks after Manitobans, I mean, we can't really complain. As long as our lives are good and the government does what it's supposed to do, then we can all be happy.
What's the government supposed to do?
Well, in this case, NDP is voting for healthcare, which I think their message was very strong and it came across, and clearly, as you can tell, it resonates with a lot of Manitobans. And I think that's what Manitobans appreciate and would like to have in this current government. For myself, I value it as well. I also think that the PCs could have done a little bit better job talking about finance and affordability and cost of living in our current climate. So I think their message was a bit mumbled, and they didn't really come clear, as we can clearly even tell that the current premier is losing in her own riding. So that in itself does say something. It speaks volume.
Michael, thank you so much. Still some optimism from the PC supporter, but definitely there have been some reflections and insights about what the PCs could have done better.
Let's look at this, though. We have every seat now in the province reporting. We have seats jumping back and forth, who's leading, who's elected, the NDP, the PCs. Let's take a look at the riding of Assiniboia. We have so many tight races. Nellie Kennedy in one of those tight races right now. She's an NDP candidate. She has a 23-vote lead. That is very tight over Scott Johnston of the Progressive Conservatives.
And it's only one poll reporting, Janet, and this Assiniboia really is on the west side of the city, so there is some suburban, urban parts to this. Also, there's some more rural parts of this. So so it depends what neighborhood we're looking at for one of the 20 polls.
This is why this is such an interesting race, though. So many of these races, like the one happening now in Midland, are so close. Again, one of 31 polls reporting Lauren Stone of the Progressive Conservatives out in front by 28 votes.
And I, you know, this is considered one of the safer Progressive Conservative seats, so I expect that probably Lauren Stone will probably pick up speed. But, you know, you never know in some cases, but I do consider this sort of one of the safer parts of the province for the Progressive Conservatives.
But nothing seems terribly safe tonight. Let's take a look, for example, in Lagimodiere. Andrew Smith and Tyler Blashko have been battling it out. The incumbent, Andrew Smith, is now back in the lead, but only by 16 votes.
16 votes. And Andrew Smith, cabinet minister in the Stephenson government. One thing, Janet, I should mention is that you can vote from other parts of the province into your constituency. So we might see the number of polls not changing, like one of 23 polls reporting, but there will be some counts that will come in that won't come in as a poll, but will come in from outside the riding in other parts of the province. So if you belong in Lagimodiere, you might be voting somewhere else, and then that vote is counted in. So there will be some anomalies where this is causing a change.
We're watching Tuxedo very closely. Heather Stephenson back in the lead now in Tuxedo, leading over the NDP and Larissa Ashdown by 136 votes.
And that would be a relief for many progressive conservatives. They'd want to see their leader reelected. Also, as I was mentioning earlier this evening, that Tuxedo is the most affluent part of the entire province. So the idea of the NDP taking Tuxedo is just seen as very anomalous. So the PCs do want to see their leader reelected here. They want to hold that seat just to add that to the 25 or 26 they have on the board right now. And Heather Stephenson is well respected in Tuxedo, and I think many people would like to see her kept in that seat. But anyway, the NDP clearly are doing a good show in trying to get that seat.
And also, the Liberals have more than 1,000 votes
That's true.
in Tuxedo.
Yeah.
Let's go now to CBC's Brittany Greenslade, who's standing by in the constituency of Lagimodiere.
Well, Janet, all night we've been talking about having those election results come in a lot faster than what we've normally seen. But in this riding, that's not what we've been seeing. I'm here with PC incumbent Andrew Smith. And Andrew, you've been waiting for the delays all evening. We were hoping we were going to see those come through a lot quicker. We're starting to see some polls here very early on. What do you make of those delays, and how do they make you feel as you sit here waiting?
Well, look, I know that every election there's always some anticipation and there's always some uncertainty, but I'm looking forward to what's going to happen tonight. I've asked the good people of Lagimodiere to put their trust in me again for another term, and I do hope that they continue to allow me to represent them in the Manitoba Legislature. So again, like I said, it's always a bit of a game of anticipation every election night, but you know what? I'm looking forward to it and feeling very confident, but also very humbled if the people of Lagimodiere do decide to return me to the legislature.
This was a seat that you held quite easily during the last election. What did you hear from voters when you were out door knocking and speaking to them about their concerns and what they wanted to see from you?
Well, I made a number of commitments to folks. There's obviously the larger campaign, which is the provincial campaign, but there's a local campaign. And I know that there's a few issues here right in the community that have been addressed or been raised during this entire campaign. One was bus service in Sage Creek and Bonavista. I live in Bonavista, so I know just how little bus service there is in the area. So I know it's a city issue, but I've committed to working with the city on making sure we get bus service in the area. Actually, we had made a campaign promise too, about $8.8 million for the city of Winnipeg to improve bus service in underserviced areas, so Sage Creek and Bonavista being one of them. I know the Island Lake School, there's an issue with the passage place where the bus drop-off happens to be during the mornings. It's a very challenging place. It can be sometimes dangerous, so I've committed to working with the city and school division. I know it's going to be a three-way split between that on being able to deliver some results to make sure that that's a safer location. And of course, I know there's a number of other commitments here. You know, we've got 2 Sage Creek schools coming in. That's a total of 3 Sage Creek schools by the time it's said and done. I know there's a lot of overpopulation here in the area compared to the number of schools, so we make sure we catch up on the infrastructure with that.
I want to ask you quickly about advanced voting. We saw about 23% of eligible voters come out and cast their ballots in advanced voting, the largest advanced voting we've ever seen. Here in your riding, we saw lineups as we were hitting those polls closing. What does that signal to you about people here and this election?
Well, I think I was out talking to voters right till about 7:30 p.m. And I did notice a lot of lineups in Sage Creek. And I think what it says is a couple of things. First of all, people are eager to vote in this area. They do take the democratic right very seriously. But also, it's very much the demographic that lives in this area. I think 7:30 p.m. is the only time they can probably get out and vote. And this morning we had quite a thunderstorm, so I think that discouraged quite a few voters. So I think tonight was the night to do it. So that's my suspicion as to why people came out the times they did. It seems to be the case in this area quite often, and maybe a little bit more so tonight.
Right. Well, we will be keeping a close eye on those election results here in Lagimodiere, and as those continue to come through, still early numbers and just a few polls reporting. Back to you, Janet.
Let's see what just happened on our mini there. We just had 30 leading an elected NDP and 26 for the Progressive Conservatives. Now a jump of 2 that went to the NDP. NDP now leading and elected in 32 constituencies. Let's go to St. Boniface. That is one of them. That's one of the reasons we saw that number jump. Robert Loiselle actually has been leading, I believe, all night.
Yeah.
He's from a family of teachers in St. Boniface, very well respected.
Yeah, and he's run a very strong campaign, and the NDP had held this riding right through the Schreier years and the Howard Pauley years, with Larry Desjardins, and now and with since 1999 under Premier. My brain is going tired at the end of the evening, but Greg Selinger had this for many years. Pardon me, Janet. So anyway, the NDP want this back, and Dougald Lamont must be very disappointed with these numbers tonight.
Let's go now to Tyndall Park, where our CBC election desk projects Cindy Lamoureux will keep that seat. She'll hold it for the Manitoba Liberal Party.
Well, that's a great relief for the Liberal Party, Janet. Many people thought John Gerard would be the person to hold a seat if they're all in jeopardy, but Cindy Lamoureux has really shown the Lamoureux magic, if I could use that term, is really going against the trend of the demographics of the north side of Winnipeg. Her father has been very effective campaigning as a member of Parliament, and also Cindy Lamoureux as a provincial Liberal. So she must be very proud to hold this against a strong NDP showing in this area.
In River Heights, let's take a look at what's happening there, because John Gerard has represented this constituency for 6 terms, I believe, and he is currently behind the New Democratic Party candidate, Mike Moroz, a 289 vote lead for Moroz.
It is quite something, and there was some folks were thinking that maybe the PCs will move over to John Gerard to hold up John Gerard against the Mike Moroz threat, because they were very strong with their sign campaigns, and a lot of people took note that the NDP might win River Heights. I'm astonished if they do keep this lead. It's still a small lead, and we've only got so many polls reporting, but if Mike Moroz holds on, this will buck the trend of what we've seen in River Heights since River Heights was had houses built on it.
Let's look live at Liberal Party headquarters.
Candidates across Manitoba, but ultimately the people have decided, and sometimes you get caught in a wave, and it doesn't seem to matter what you do. There's an old saying from Ecclesiastes, which I quoted the last time, that after the last election, that I saw under the sun the race is not to the swift, nor the battle of the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to the intelligent, nor favor to those with knowledge, but time and chance happen to them all. And you know, I will say, I always knew this was a possibility, but we had to hope beyond hope and keep working and do everything we could to run the best possible campaign we could, and we did. And I'm incredibly proud of that. And I want to share a message I got. Thank you. And I'll share a message I got from a friend today. It said, "Our family voted Liberal today. You've been amazing throughout the campaign, providing integrity, practicality, and a genuinely strong moral compass." And I can tell you what my exact reaction was. It was, "That's really nice, but that's the kind of campaign that doesn't win in Manitoba." You know, I've worked a lot of hard campaigns. This was one of the hardest, but I have to say it was also one of the very best. For the stands we took, for the fact that we stayed true to our principles at every moment, that we handled ourselves and our opponents with respect. And I do think that people did respond to our vision and our candidates and to our record. And ultimately, the Manitoba Liberals are a grassroots party. Every single one of our campaigns is held together with baling wire and twine, sheer will, and a lot of faith. And we used every single scrap of baling wire and every inch of twine in putting together this campaign. I know we changed hearts and minds in this election, but I also know that's not always enough. And you know, I've sometimes joked there's a St. Jude who's the patron saint of nursing and and the patron saint of the impossible and the patron saint of hopeless causes. And what defines a hopeless cause is not that it can't get better. It's that you have to dedicate yourself to it, whether there's hope on the day or not. And the other is that when you truly believe in a cause, as we do, it means you keep working on it, because the work is what creates hope. As MLAs and as candidates and as a party, we've helped people who've given up hope because the other parties gave up on them. And that's why our voices mattered. It's why our contributions over the years mattered. And why I am truly sad today to be losing, but the people have spoken. I'll congratulate Robert Loiselle. I congratulate Wab Kinew. And that's it. Thank you. Merci.
A sad moment for Liberal supporters in this province. Dugal Lamont, a very respected man. Polls came out saying he was the one that many, many voters felt would be the most premier-like. They liked this leader the most, and yet he has just gone to the podium and introduced himself as the former leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party. Dougald Lamont stepping down tonight after being unable to hold St. Boniface. Chris, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a very tough, very tough campaign for him. You know, he looks tired. He said on Marcy Marcusa the other morning on Information Radio, he said, "I'm tired," right? So I think that he sensed that this was what's going to happen tonight. It's even more difficult when you lose 2 of the 3 seats that you held. You didn't expand to official party. You contracted. He and John Gerard are both, losing tonight, and Cindy Lamoureux being the only one standing. He ran a tough campaign and he worked very hard.
Yeah, he did work very hard. Let's go to our panel with Marcy Marcusa. I know you've got someone there who cares deeply about Dougald Lamont, knows him quite well. Let's hear thoughts.
Well, I'll tell you what, we do. And we also on the panel have a lot of reaction to what just happened, because it's not something we've seen in Manitoba politics before, that we're still watching what's going on in St. Boniface. We hear that the leader is stepping down, of course. We haven't seen this before, so the whole panel reacting to this, a leader coming out so early when we're watching results. But let's speak to what has been announced here. What's your reaction, Hannah, to your party leader moving aside at this point in the evening so early?
Honestly, I'm a little bit shocked. First of all, the timing wise, I am surprised that he came out before we even have results for St. Boniface. Well, it's still so early in so many seats, but if I know anything about Dougald Lamont is that he is a good man. He is a good MLA. He is a good public servant, and if he believes that this is the right time to step down, then I am 100% behind him.
How are you feeling about it? Because I know you and I had talked before when we were talking earlier in the evening and getting ready for the election night, and you were saying, you know him. You see him. Tell us a little bit about him personally as we now are thinking about him as past leader of the party. What did he bring, and maybe what couldn't he bring to grow the Liberal Party?
I think one thing that Dougald has maintained is that he has always been kind of the embodiment of some of the best qualities of what it means to be a Liberal. It is level-headed, it is thoughtful, it is kind and generous and caring about Manitobans. I think he is an extremely intelligent and informed public servant, where I think we probably could have done a little bit better as a party under his leadership is some of the retail politics, and I know that is something that.
What does that mean?
I mean some of the more flashy parts of a campaign. I had
so
mentioned
that policy, that deep thinking, that style of politics. Yeah. He's been a leader for a long time and in the game for a long time, and comes from policy actually behind the scenes.
Exactly.
You could see him tonight almost speaking to that in this speech that we just saw, talking about sort of the message and the tone that I was bringing is obviously didn't resonate. So maybe is it fair to say that is not something he could bring? And is that maybe why we're seeing him step aside?
I've seen him grow as a leader throughout the years since he's gotten in there, and the skills he has developed have honestly been pretty astounding. So I do believe that, you know, I had a lot of high hopes for Manitoba Liberal parties under Dougald Lamont, but I still have high hopes for the Manitoba Liberal Party and confidence, not just hope. And I'm sure that Dougald will continue to be a really, really big part of that.
Well, I think we're about to get some results from St. Boniface as well. So you tell me when we've got it. Are we going back now, or are we have time to stay with panel? We're going to stay with panel for one more moment, just while we get our numbers organized out of St. B tonight. Because right before we heard this moment that was surprising to our whole panel here, for obviously the reasons I stated, you actually were texting Cindy Lamoureux in Tyndall Park. What did you text?
Yeah, that was a lot of excitement. I was thrilled for about 20 seconds there. And I see my leader on the TV.
Yeah.
But congratulations, Cindy. If you're watching, Cindy Lamoureux has been an inspiration to me as a young woman in politics. She's one of the youngest MLAs to ever get elected in Manitoba. I think it's fair to say definitely the youngest woman to ever get elected. And so in the last election, when I made the decision to put my name forward for the nomination, she was the first person I wanted to speak to about it after my own mother. But she has been an invaluable resource for me personally, and I'm just so inspired by her.
Well, she is the Liberal on the board. Now, before we leave this, and I have to ask already, although it is early in the evening, given what's happened with the leader and given that we're still watching what's happening with John Gerard in River Heights, but what's the future of the Manitoba Liberal Party? You're talking about being inspired, you're talking about young voters, you're talking about how maybe all parties need to reach young voters. How do you distinguish the Manitoba Liberals from the feds if you need to? And how do you describe what you want the party to be moving forward, Hannah?
You know, I think if there's something that Manitoba Liberals do well, it is the thing we've always done and the thing we are going to continue to do, and that is put forward policies that serve Manitobans, that do the best by the people of this province. And so we are going to continue to be reasonable, we are going to continue to be thoughtful, well-being progressive, and in terms of what practically that looks like going forward, no matter what the result is. Tonight, obviously, there are going to be some pretty major changes in the Manitoba Liberal Party, no matter how the polls roll out.
And how everything ends up tonight. Thank you for weighing in on really an incredible moment here. Now, before we leave the panel, we're looking at the numbers now creeping in. So the NDP leading or elected in 33. We're seeing the PCs at 23 now leading or elected. Those Liberals on the board with 1. While we're on the topic of leaders, I'm wondering what the importance is of a leader. When you go into a night like tonight, we talked about the issues, what you were hearing from voters, but how much of what we see tonight in the results and how Manitobans ultimately vote from your point of view, Erin Selby, does lie with how much that leader does resonate with them?
I think the leader plays an important role in setting the tone and steering the ship, but I do think it's a whole entire team effort. You know, we saw Wab Kinew ran a flawless campaign. He showed people that he is ready for the job, but he's also got the good fortune to be surrounded by a lot of really strong candidates.
So you're giving him some credit for what we're seeing. At least we're not through the election. Lots of results to come yet, but right now you would put credit.
I would absolutely say that he ran a fantastic campaign, connected with Manitobans, and obviously they wanted to see Wab Kinew's vision.
Shannon, hold your thought on the PC leader, because we're going to go back and get some more results now for what's happening in some of those races, especially some of them that are tight.
And this is one, St. Boniface, that seems to have played a role in the decision of Dugal Lamont to leave his position as Liberal Party leader. Our CBC Decision Desk projects that Robert Loiselle will be elected in St. Boniface.
And that's quite a gain for the NDP. Clearly, Kinew's strategy to appeal to Liberals, to not waste their vote, as he said, but to come over to the NDP if they want to defeat the PCs. And it was a very difficult thing for the Liberals to hear that, because, you know, federally speaking, the federal Liberals are always telling the NDP supporters, don't vote for the NDP, it's a wasted vote. If you don't want to elect the Conservative Party, vote for the Liberals. And in Manitoba, Wab Kinew turned the tables on the Liberals at the provincial level.
Right there at the leaders' debate, he did that. Let's look at the races that we are still finding too close to call tonight. Kiiwetinoong should be, you'd think, an NDP stronghold. But as we can see, Now, I can't tell you how many votes are separating them. I think that means it's a tie.
But I can say, Janet, and from past experience, Kuwait has First Nations communities, and sometimes they take a little bit longer to report in.
So that is that, because if we look at the percentage points, that's it. Brandon West, NDP, PC, 6 votes separating them.
And that was considered a safe seat for the PCs, so we'll have to see, if this continues on. Assiniboia is kind of a bellwether riding, so this might be going the way that the rest of the province is going if this keeps up.
But possible. It is possible with 6 ridings this close.
Yeah.
If they all went PC, we could be facing a different government.
Yeah.
In Midland, PC's leading NDP by 30, Lajmodier leading PC's leading New Democrats by 35 votes, Dauphin by 59. You can see why our CBC Decision Desk is having a tough time tonight, I'm sure. We have the best people in the world working on this, and it's just too close to call.
Yeah, and it's the balance of you don't want to go too far ahead in projecting a victory for any party and then have egg on your face. So it's being responsible and not calling an early call or a projection.
We don't want to be wrong. This is too important. Now, I have to say, I'm feeling a little sad right now because of the resignation of Dougald Lamont. I don't know the man well, but just people work so hard. They put so much out there, and to see that defeat.
Yep.
We actually have Dugal Lamont standing by at Manitoba Liberal Party headquarters. Mr. Lamont, can you hear me? It's Janet Stewart.
Yeah, I can hear you.
When you were interviewed you were interviewed by my colleague Marcy Marcusa, and she said, if you lose your riding, will you stay on as leader? And you said yes. What changed?
That's not what that wasn't actually the question. The question is if we didn't have a breakthrough. So yes, so I lost my seat. So that's why I gave up. That's why I resigned as Manitoba Liberal leader tonight.
Because the Liberal leader must be in the caucus, must be in the House, must have a seat. Does that mean that it's only Cindy Lamoureux? No.
No, I was the leader of the Manitoba. No. I was, sorry, to be clear, I was the leader of the Manitoba Liberal Party without a seat when I won in St. Boniface in 2018. It's because I've lost my seat in St. Boniface that I'm stepping down, because clearly I've lost the confidence of the people of St. Boniface. And quite frankly, I hope Cindy, it'll be difficult for her, I'm sure, but I'm glad she's still there. But this is what happens. I was targeted in St. Boniface by the NDP, and that's the way it goes.
You sound like you're taking this personally. Are you? Does it feel personal?
Does it feel personal? Well, it's not a question of being personal. I've just lost an election. I've just resigned as leader. It's extremely difficult. I just spent 5 years of my life or more working incredibly hard to make the lives of Manitobans better and put forward good new ideas. And quite frankly, it's a difficult thing to deal with. I'm just human.
Well, I appreciate you taking the moment in this difficult time to speak with us, sir. What needs to change as far as you're concerned for a third party, for the Manitoba Liberal Party to become a real player in our elections?
That's a very, very big question, but I think the fact is that, like I said, we're a true grassroots party, and the other two parties are largely supported and have had all sorts of supports by very large organizations, and that makes it hard for us to compete. If you had things like campaign finance reform, if you had different kinds of say electoral reform, but the other two parties have no interest in doing that whatsoever because they really just want to keep this a duopoly.
Dugal Lamont, you've got the province of Manitoba listening right now. What would you like to say to them?
Look, Manitoba is a fantastic province with fantastic people. It has a tremendous future and lots of possibilities. I wish everyone the best. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I hope to still make a contribution in some way or another. I'm very proud of everything we've done and my candidates. We did incredible work. And it's too bad it didn't resonate, or even if it did resonate, that it didn't result in votes. At the end of the day, I think we made a positive. I know we made a very major positive contribution to Manitoba in our time in office, and I'm very proud of that. And we'll see where we go from here.
John Gerard, long-standing member of your party, could lose his seat as well tonight. What would you like to say to him and his supporters, and about that?
Well, that's just, look, again, it's an orange wave. The fact is, John is an extraordinary person who's made incredible contributions to Manitoba as well. He's saved lives. He's done incredible work for the environment, for Indigenous people, for people with disabilities. And look, I'll say the one thing that's unfortunate is that one of the things we could do that the other parties was that we would speak up for people who would be rejected by the other parties. People would go and talk to other parties. They would be ignored. And we were the only ones who would speak up. It was easier to do that with 3 people. And but look, I mean, this is it. This is part of what happens. It's an orange wave, and sometimes there's nothing. Like we were saying, either we could win 6 seats or would be wiped out. And unfortunately, we were basically wiped out. So I knew that this was a possibility. Now that it's come to pass, it's not pleasant, but we all have to move on.
Dugal Lamont, I know a lot of people in this province wish you very well and thank you for the dedication you've given to our democracy. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
A round of applause for Dougald Lamont. Let's go to our Citizens Cafe.
That's exactly what we just heard in the Citizens Cafe. Everyone was watching Dugal Lamont speak, and as he spoke, they all gave him a round of applause. Let's check in with some of our Liberal voters to see how they are processing all this information. We have Danielle Salchet. Danielle, lots of information that's just come out. He stepped down, he lost his seat, and you've just heard him speak. How are you feeling?
I'm honestly feeling a little bit sad about this. I think overall Dougald is just a very genuine guy, and I think my morals aligned with his views, and I think he just I had the opportunity to watch the leaders debate, and I think he just knows his facts very well, so it's sad to see such a caring guy kind of not be elected.
Now, there were lots of people who wanted to vote for Liberals and didn't. They voted strategically. You still decided to vote for the Liberal Party. Why?
Again, I think overall the Liberals just aligned with my views, especially about crime prevention and what they're doing about the environment. And I think they're just, I think they don't just promote empty promises, but they're actually gonna follow through with what they're advertising.
What's the future of the Liberal Party after Dugal Lamont?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think in the future, I hope that the Liberals do some more campaign work and have stronger PR.
Okay, Danielle, thank you so much. Let's check in with another Liberal voter. We have Edrelyn Mayunga. Edrelyn, you and your whole family are Liberal supporters. Why?
My family has been Liberal supporters because of Pierre Trudeau. My family is from the Philippines, and he gave us the opportunity to come to Canada to work. So that being said, I wouldn't be here if Pierre Trudeau did not allow that for it to happen.
So a lot of family loyalty, but as you were listening to Dugal Lamont speak, and as we have the news of him stepping down, how are you feeling?
Obviously sad. I also feel that he was very truthful and very caring. Any leader that leaves an emotional impact on anyone, even if you voted for him or not, speaks volumes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The future of the Liberal Party in Manitoba, what are your thoughts?
With the party and the party's platform, I believe I just wanted it to be voiced out more. There's many, on the second day, they already had their platform of the party already out, and I just wish more people knew more about it, and yeah.
Thank you so much. Some disappointed faces and voices here at the Citizens Cafe with the news that the Liberal leader, Dugal Lamont, has stepped down.
And of course, the citizen we were speaking with there suggested maybe more PR, maybe a stronger campaign next time. Well, that is tough without the money to pay a staff member or more staff members. Let's go to New Democratic Party headquarters, where obviously the NDP machine has been out on a very successful night. Ian.
That machine has run through River Heights, where Mike Moroz is in the lead, according to our CBC numbers. Here with Mike Moroz, the candidate for River Heights, how are you feeling?
Great. Yeah, it's been an exciting evening after a very long campaign. So thrilled to to celebrate a little bit here with other New Democrats, other candidates, and of course with all of my volunteers.
You just mentioned it's been a long campaign. You're part of a slate of NDP candidates that have been door knocking for a real long time. How long has it been?
Yeah, I started knocking on doors 18 months ago, but prior to that I was working on the anti-Bill 64 campaign. So really the campaigns for me started in 2021, so it's been a while.
Prior to you running, the consideration was that River Heights was not at play. It's a Liberal seat. Has it been the 18 months of door knocking? What's been the difference that has made this a competitive race?
Yeah, I think certainly that's always it. I mean, you want to work hard to connect with people in the community, want to listen carefully to what it is they have to say, what their concerns are. And I think that matters, right? To go back and talk to them repeatedly about what their concerns are. I think that matters. But we shouldn't discount the unpopularity of the provincial government as well, right? I think that obviously factors into it. When you see some of the seats that we've taken, obviously the trend away from the governing Conservatives mattered.
You targeted in River Heights a real specific message of this is a chance for River Heights to get a seat at the table of government. Can you elaborate on why you wanted to really tailor a message to voters in your constituency?
Well, River Heights is an incredibly vibrant community. It's got so many grassroots activists. They're engaged, they're thoughtful, they understand the issues in a deep and profound way, and they want to make a difference across the broader community. So working to try and pull them together into a unified voice and then try and give it a larger expression at the policy table seemed like a natural fit.
Mike Moroz in the lead in River Heights. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you very much, Ian Fraze. Let's take a look right now at that lead in River Heights. Mike Moroz leading by 583 votes, which is a sizable amount with only one poll left to hear from.
Well, it's kind of hard to believe that the Liberals could catch up with only one poll left to go, but I guess we'll have to see. But it's a disappointment for the Liberals. John Gerard, been there since the 1990s, seen as kind of the senior statesman in the Assembly. Some called him the ubiquitous John Gerard because he was everywhere, but he was well respected by people of all different stripes.
Still is, and he's standing by at Liberal Party headquarters with our Caroline Bargout. Caroline?
Janet, the mood has really shifted here at Liberal headquarters. I mean, people were really hopeful at the beginning of the night, but things are not looking very good. Right now, I'm joined by John Gerard, MLA for River Heights since 1999. How are you feeling tonight?
Disappointed. Sad that I'm not continue as an MLA, and heartbroken that Dugal was defeated in St. Boniface because he's such an extraordinary person and showed a lot of leadership, and it's going really, for me it's one thing, but for Dugal, who's put his heart and soul into this for the last little while, and he's done an incredible job, but sometimes when you get a wave in politics, it's a wave that sweeps a lot of people away.
Is there anything you think your party could have done differently to change this outcome?
We could have had a few more, 57 candidates perhaps, but I don't think that, I think what was happening is that there was just a wave of anger at the progressive Conservatives over health care and education. And people when I talk to them at the door. We're just so, the only thing that counts is getting rid of the PCs, right?
We're just being told that you have been defeated in your riding.
Well, I've been seeing the numbers, and it looked like it was coming. So, yeah, it will be a change for me. I'll have more time with my wife and kids and grandkids, but I'm not going to go silently into the night. I have a lot of things that I've been working on that I'm going to continue. The NDP, many of their policies were quite flawed. So I will be there working behind Cindy, because I know what it's like being alone. And I'm going to do everything I can to support her and give her everything that I can in terms of help and support as she continues on.
What would you like to say to the people of Winnipeg and to the people of River Heights?
I want to thank the people of River Heights for supporting me over so many years. It's been a phenomenal time and an incredible experience for me to be the MLA for people in River Heights and to be able to raise issues and concerns from people, not only in River Heights but around the province, because as leader I traveled around the province a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I know it's a difficult night for you. Thank you. That is John Gerard. I'm here at the Liberal headquarters, and back to you tonight, Janet.
Thank you so much, Caroline Bargut, John Gerard being gracious as always. Kildonan Park, let's take a look at what's happening in that riding. I apologize. Kirkfield Park, Logan Oxenham getting out to a comfortable lead over incumbent Kevin Klein. Now 579 votes separating the two.
Yeah, and this is, as we were saying before, it's a rematch of what happened in the by-election late last year. Kevin Klein won that by-election, but not by a huge margin. So Logan Oxenham was very much seen as a possibility. Kevin Klein's had a very topsy-turvy past couple of years, Janet. He ran for mayor. He had a strong showing, but he didn't win. He stepped down out of city council to run. Then he ran it in the by-election. Now he's running again. Now there's a possibility he might not succeed tonight. Then he'll have to figure out where he wants to go in his career. But it's been a very tumultuous 2 years for Kevin Klein.
That name recognition may help. J.D. Devgan of the NDP out to a 144-vote lead in McPhillips with 12 of 21 polls reporting.
Yeah, it's a very slender lead. Devgan actually is a colleague of mine. He's works in government relations, actually stepped aside to run in this election, but if he continues to have a lead and if he wins, he'll really know government relations by next term. But anyway, best wishes to him. But also, I could see the PC's strong showing, and it's a narrow lead for Devgan, and it might flip back and forth. We still have a number of polls to show here.
We do. Let's look at what's happening in Waverley. David Payne-Kratz, an 83-vote lead, so tight over the very well-known, well-liked incumbent John Reyes of the Progressive Conservatives.
Yeah, John Reyes, a very high-profile cabinet minister in both Pallister's government as well as Stephenson, and most recently involved on immigration and labor in Manitoba. Very high profile, Janet, so this would be a real disappointment for the PCs if Payne-Kratz did pull out a victory. But as you can see, it's just a whisker of a difference of 83 votes.
And we seem to be seeing the NDP do exactly what it hoped to do tonight, convince Manitobans to vote their way. Let's go to our panel of political insiders now and hear from them about the drama of this evening.
Well, there's still a lot of reaction on our panel tonight to what's going on with the Liberal Party. We have to take a moment for John Gerard. You heard in that interview, Caroline saying that he has been an MLA since 1999, 24 years he has represented River Heights. And he also said he would still support Cindy Lamoureux, who's been elected in Tyndall Park tonight, because he knows what it feels like to be the lone Liberal. I want to go right to Hannah, obviously, Hannah Mahaichuk-Marshall, who has known John Gerard for her whole life. She obviously has roots in politics, and you would have come up with your mother in the NDP provincially, but then also in the federally with the Liberals. So tell me how you're feeling as we're watching John Gerard with that loss tonight.
Yeah, no, it's upsetting. Of course it is. Dr. John Gerard has been an institution in Manitoba politics, maybe if not the most famous, one of the most famous MLAs in Manitoba in recent history, and well deserved. He has been consistently smart and hardworking and honorable. And
Classy.
yes, absolutely.
What did he mean to you?
Well, I mean, personally, he has always been extremely supportive. I grew up in the, well, not, I'm a Winnipegger in all senses. I'm from all over the city, but I went to Grant Park, so I'm very much in his area. And as soon as I got interested in politics, he was there to support me, and he does that with everyone. He is really a mentor for anyone who needs him.
So this is going to speak to something here tonight because people aren't going to expect this. Our whole panel wants to take a moment to say something about John Gerard because by all accounts, and I've had opportunity to know him and interview him many times over the years that I've been covering politics in this province, he's a nice man. And he did so many years of service. So Shannon Martin of the PCs, what would you say?
You know what, actually, one of my enduring memories of Dr. Gerard was when he was leader, and he was the sole member of the Liberal Party at that time in the legislature. And I remember a large media spread calling him everywhere man, because as the Liberal leader, he had to be everywhere, and he did it. I mean, he did a yeoman's effort to elevate both himself and his party during those very, very lean years when he was the only Liberal in that House.
Which is the task Cindy Landner will have going forward tonight. And Aaron Selby, just before we turn our attention to other matters, but I want another moment for John Gerard.
You know, I think it's hard for people to believe, but politicians are people as well. So we really have to thank him for 24 years of service. That's a lot of dedication. That's a lot of long hours. I always felt that Dr. John Gerard was in it for the right reasons and never came to a question period where he wasn't prepared.
So let's talk about politicians as people, because being a politician is public service, but it also has changed, especially with the advent of social media. So earlier tonight, we're talking about getting out the vote, reaching younger voters, social media being the way to do it. But it can also be a nasty place to play, and I'm curious where that's played out. You're mostly off social media, or were when you were making choices to be off it, Aaron, is that right?
Certainly off it in terms of the same profile that I had before. I have some closed accounts now, but when I was running in 2011, Twitter was just becoming a thing that we had to do, and I had been asked to be the voice of the party on Twitter. But now, I don't know how many people still have accounts on Twitter or now X.
We're moving on here pretty briefly back to some result boards. But Shannon Martin, what about you? What would you say about how politics has shifted and changed?
I mean, absolutely. Social media has changed everything. It is largely, unfortunately, it has degraded politics because everyone feels they can share their opinion, and sometimes that sharing can be done in a very, very nasty way. But they feel because it's anonymous, they can do that.
And just last briefly, Hannah, I know you're trying to bring back positivity to TikTok and social media, but you also would say that you've seen the nasty side too.
Yeah, I'm one of those who hasn't quite got beaten all the way off of social media yet, and I still do see the value in sifting through some of the junk on there that comes with the freedom that people feel with that anonymity. That is available on social media. So I do still see a value. I think it's something that we need to embrace, but also reckon with if we want to or not. It's not going anywhere. We have foreign actors like Russia manipulating politics in Canada using these social media platforms. So I think as much as they can be a detriment, we also can't ignore them. We need to get savvier, and it can be a benefit.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the Liberals have to do with this sort of narrative of this moving forward also, because building party, as we said, finding new people, getting messages out, it does play a part in politics in a big way. And as we saw Dugal Lamont step down tonight, talking about, trying to get his message of positivity out and not playing. And then seeing John Gerard, who's been for so long a politician in Manitoba, it does make one question what the future will be for how we have discourse in this province. Let's get back to what's going on, though, with our results tonight and the other parties.
Thanks, Marcy. We started tonight telling you that this would be an election like we'd never seen before, and we didn't know how right we were with that statement. We told you that there's electronic tabulation being used for votes in a provincial election for the very first time. And we expected that would mean that those results would come in fast. Well, there seems to be a problem that Elections Manitoba is aware of. It has been 22 minutes since Elections Manitoba has been able to send out any results. They tell us that they are counting votes. I don't know if that means they're counting them by hand at this point, but they are unable to send them out. So we have a bit of a pause here. Let's look at what we do know has happened so far. The results we have had from Brandon East, Glenn Simard in the lead currently for the New Democrats. The difference between Simard and Stephenson, the incumbent, 139 votes.
Yes, and still like 10 of 26, 25 polls reporting, Janet. As you said, the technical problems that Elections Manitoba is having is sort of slowing things down. So this is a seat that the NDP do want to win, Brandon East, and it used to be held by Drew Caldwell for many years under the previous Selinger and Gary Doer administrations.
Now, Brandon West, you would think would be a PC stronghold.
Yeah.
But look at this. Now, this could be attributed to the orange wave we've heard people refer to tonight, but really it's only a lead of 6 votes for the NDP challenger over the PC, Wayne Balkin.
It could very easily turn the other way, as you mentioned. And one thing to note is there's no Liberal candidate here, and that's been to the advantage of the NDP in some of these constituencies, such as Selkirk as well. Like without the Liberal running a candidate, it means that Liberal supporters have to decide which of the other parties to support. And we know that generally speaking, provincial Liberal supporters move over to the NDP if they have to.
And again, there's been an overt campaign this time around to get Liberal supporters to vote strategically, which brings us to Dauphin, where Gord Wood of the Progressive Conservatives has a 59-vote lead over Ron Concession.
Yeah, which is just a very tiny lead, and only a minority of the polls do we have the results for. So this might switch back over to Concession. And so it might go back. The PCs are hoping to hold this. The NDP want to take this away, and Dauphin was seen as one of the bellwether ridings for this campaign.
Well, at the moment, it's stalled.
59.
Let's look at Riel. Riel. Now, our CBC election desk our decision desk has seen enough here. We've gotten enough results to know that Mike Moyes, we can project that he will win this seat, defeating Rochelle Squires, again, a very well-respected, high-profile cabinet minister in the Progressive Conservative government.
And Mike Moyes is a teacher by profession. I would say that Riel overwhelmingly, going back historically, Riel goes as does the province. So whoever forms the government is pretty well always the government, the party that wins Riel. So when we look at this, we can see this reflects the storyboard that we see below of 33 seats, and this one's a for sure one being projected to win. 26
minutes now since we've gotten any sort of result from Elections Manitoba. That, with so many extremely tight races, not getting the results means we can't call it. Things could flip. So thank you for your patience tonight as Elections Manitoba, who are aware of the issue, work to fix things. Let's go now to our Ian Fraze, who's standing by at New Democratic Party headquarters. Ian.
Before I get to my guest, I just want to say the NDP is making their own projections behind us, but we are waiting, of course, for our CBC decision desk. One of the projections we have made is that Mike Moyes will be the new MLA in Riel. He joins me here. Mike, how are you feeling? Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a little surreal right now, to be honest. It feels great. It's a great moment, not just for myself, but for the team that's been around me. And ultimately, this is about the people of Manitoba and really making sure that they get the services that they need and the health care that they've been so desperately wanting.
In 2019, you were up against Cabinet Minister Rochelle Squires. You weren't able to come out on top, but this time it does seem to be the case. this rematch went in your favor. What was the difference this time around?
Ultimately, it's about listening to the people on the doorstep. The people of Riel have been so generous with their time and in giving of their perspectives. We've been knocking on doors for about a year and a half now, and they've been telling me lots of different stories about the wait times that are just off the charts, and we need to do better. And so ultimately, it's about making sure that they're getting the health care that they need and that we can make their lives a little bit better.
The NDP has a number of teachers as part of its candidate slate. You're one of them. Are you ready to give up a life of teaching?
It's going to be hard. I do love teaching. I love working with kids, but ultimately I'm looking to make the most impact for the kids, and we're going to do a lot of great things for education.
Education was a big piece for the NDP, fighting the education reform bill that the Tories passed. What role did that have for you in, deciding to go for a rematch here?
Well, ultimately, Bill 64 was a bad policy. It was not going to improve education here in Manitoba, and that's what this is all about. It's about making sure that our kids get the best education possible.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
We had Mike Moroz earlier, and here's Mike Moyes, CBC's Decision Desk, projecting he'll be the new MLA from Riel. Over to you, Janet.
Thank you, Ian Fraze, and now quickly just over to our Citizens Cafe.
Yes, applause. There is a sense that, people are getting antsy, like, when is this election going to be called? So let's get the energy going and do a people's poll. And this time, based on your results, I'm going to come to you. So this is the question. Get your paddles ready and point them to the heavens there. Okay, this is the question. Does anyone regret their vote today? Does anyone regret their votes? Okay, lots of no's. But I want to speak to a yes. So I'm coming over. If you've got a yes, let's go here. Right. Hannah, hello. Hannah Ramsey, you said yes. Can you tell us a little bit about who you voted for and why you regret that vote?
Absolutely. I voted for the NDP today, which it was up there. I was really battling between NDP and Liberal. So I was one of the...
So you voted strategically. Yeah. You wanted to vote to Liberal, you voted NDP. So then why do you regret that?
I don't know. I think when I saw Lamont's face and it really clicked that he is a person, and I got to see in the debate that he felt like the most honest, and I was just sad to see him.
So would you have done it differently next time?
Yeah, I think I should vote for who I really want. Maybe next time.
Super interesting. Thank you so much, Hannah. Anyone else who regretted their vote? I saw someone else. Okay, so most people feel good. Oh, over here? Yes. Who are you pointing to, Dieth? I think the one I know. Okay, so we have Hannah who feels bad. She voted NDP, wanted to vote Liberal. So thank you so much for your honesty, Hannah. And back to you, Janet.
Well, we're happy to say that Elections Manitoba has figured the bugs out in the system. We are now getting results. And our CBC Decision Desk has seen enough and is ready to make the call. CBC is projecting an NDP majority government tonight. For Wab Kinew, it is a clear and historic victory. He will be Manitoba's first First Nations Premier. As we look live at headquarters, Wab Kinew was first elected into the legislature in 2016. Just 17 months later, became NDP leader, and now he's led his party to power. We see people cheering there. They are cheering for Wab Kinew, a 41-year-old Anishinaabe man, father of 3 boys. His wife, Lisa Monkman, is a physician, and he has pledged to fix our ailing healthcare system. Wab Kinew is an author, a former CBC broadcaster, and he was the first director of Indigenous inclusion at the University of Winnipeg. Inclusion. Kinew has said he will be a leader for all Manitobans, and he vows to bring people together. Chris Adams, your thoughts?
Well, it's quite something. They ran a flawless campaign. They brought Brian Topp in with great fanfare earlier this year. I would say that many NDP folks were very nervous when they saw the Alberta election fail for the NDP, even though earlier on they were high in the polls. This campaign, they were high in the polls over the past 2 years, almost consistently, and this election shows that they ran a fairly straightforward campaign focused on healthcare, which is really quite something to see, Janet.
It shows the NDP election machine as well is strong in this province, that people were ready for a change. Perhaps that the Progressive Conservatives still have not shaken off the smell of the pandemic, decisions made there. Perhaps that held them down.
There are many, and there were some problems during the campaign. They campaigned on tax cuts, and everybody knew they were the party already of tax cuts. They honed in on crime. But it clearly was healthcare was a bigger issue, even though they had many announcements on healthcare and bringing in more nurses. But clearly it wasn't hitting the ground very well. And the issue of the landfill site was a wedge issue, I think. And over the past week, I don't think it worked very well in the media. So I would say there are problems with the campaign that there'll be a lot of thinking about over the next number of months.
Let's go back to Ian Frey standing by live at NDP headquarters. Ian.
Sorry, Janet, it is really hard to hear in this room. Robert Loiselle, St. Boniface candidates. You've got a concession call, I understand.
Well, we spoke briefly, and Dougal congratulated me, and I thanked him for his service. I'm excited, of course, to get to work very soon for the people of St. Boniface, where I, of course, have deep roots.
Let's talk about that deep roots right now. You're well known in St. Boniface.
Well, I was born in St. Boniface, raised in St. Boniface. I teach in St. Boniface. I've raised my family there, and I've spent 35 years working wholeheartedly for the people of St. Boniface. Yes, that's who I am.
Now, we talked about yourself, but CBC's Decision Desk just projecting an NDP majority government. What is it? What's it like to hear those words?
I am extremely proud of the work that we've accomplished in order to get this province back on track. And I'm extremely proud to be part of a team that's ready to work for Manitoba. And I'm proud to be part of a team that's got Wab Kinew as our new premier.
Speak to that. What would you like to see, or what would you expect out of Wab Kinew as premier of Manitoba?
Look, we need to get Manitoba back on track, whether we're talking about healthcare, affordability, education. There are so many things that we need to work on right now, and we've got the team to do it, and we've got the leader with the vision that will allow us to get Manitoba back on track.
Again, congratulations on your victory.
Merci. Thank you.
Robert Loiselle in St. Boniface. Back to you, Janet.
St. Boniface, one of the seats we've seen change tonight. Let's go to Marjorie Dowhouse for more of the stories behind these numbers.
Thanks a lot, Janet. Well, before we get into some numbers here, let's take a look at the map. So this is a look at Winnipeg this evening, the way that this election is shaping up. Look at all that orange. If we compare it to 2019, let's see here. There we go. You can see that the Progressive Conservatives had seats that they won to the west, to the south, parts of the north. And again, currently what it's looking like, and we heard descriptions of this as a wave of orange. And remember, we mentioned too that the party that forms the government has to win Battleground Winnipeg. Let's look at the share of the votes right now, the popular vote. The NDP, look at that, almost 45% of the vote. That is a big jump for them since 2019, where they saw just over 30% of the vote. The Progressive Conservatives dropped a little bit. They had close to 47% of the vote back in 2019, and they currently stand at just under 42% of the vote. The Liberals still staying in the double digits, but they did lose a little bit. They had close to 15% of the vote back in 2019, and it looks like they're just going to be under 12% this evening. So these numbers are actually translating here to the seat change that we're seeing in Manitoba this evening. The Progressive Conservatives, well, They look to be losing 13, but the big number here is the NDP. Remember, they had to gain 11 seats here to form a majority government, and so far they look to have picked up 15. So they went above and beyond what they were expecting to see here, what they needed to get to form a majority government. The Liberals, as you can see there, have lost 2. So Janet, as these numbers start to come in, we see how the NDP are leading in the popular vote, as well as the difference that they've made there in the seat change. Janet?
Thanks very much, Marjorie. And yes, a sizable victory for the New Democrats tonight. Let's go to our Citizens Cafe.
I'm joined now by 2 members of the cafe, and I want to introduce them to you. We have Ryan Beardy. Ryan, your next Premier of Manitoba is a First Nations man. What does that mean to you?
That means a lot to me, and that means a lot to Indigenous people across Canada. It's the first First Nations Premier, and it's very inspiring for me, especially on my journey.
But tell us a little bit about your journey, because Wab Kinew had an impact on you.
Yes, a few years back, maybe 4 or 5 years back, I was on a speech about Bill 262. And being somebody and being an Indigenous person facing a lot of obstacles, Wab took his speaking time to address me and say, you're going to go through a lot of challenges, but never give up.
And what does it mean that now Wab Kinew is your Premier? What message does that give you?
Well, he's always been a role model for me, and he's a role model for a lot of others. And it gives me the message that I could perhaps be anything I want to be. But at the same time, I have a son, and he's getting involved in student politics now. He's the class president, and he's on student council. And just on Truth and Reconciliation Day, he did a speech, and I'm so proud. And I know that Wab had an impact on me, and he's having an impact on youth as well.
Ryan, thank you so much. I want to introduce Jesse Halagowski. Jesse, your grandfather was Anishinaabe. Wab Kinew is Anishinaabe. What does that mean to you?
Yes, well, my grandpa was alive at a time where it was a shame, or considered a shame, to be Indigenous. And if he was alive right now, I can't imagine what he would say to see a First Nations Premier be elected in Manitoba. This is the representation that all Indigenous people across Manitoba need.
History has been made tonight. How do you feel about that moment?
Oh, I just feel wonderful after seeing Wab's performance in the debate, his confidence, and just his advocacy on how he is for everyone on all of the topics that he discussed. Just absolutely wonderful. I'm elated. I'm so excited.
Definitely excitement. This is a historic moment, not only for these voters, but for Manitoba as a whole.
Yes, indeed. Manitoba is about to have its first First Nations Premier. Once we hear from Heather Stephenson tonight, we will be able to call Wab Kinew Premier Designate. He is not the first Indigenous Premier we've had, however. This is a province founded by the Métis. We have, of course, Louis Riel as a strong leader, considered by many as the father of Manitoba. And sure enough, in 1878, John Norquay, a Métis man, was our first Indigenous Premier. So this is a long time afterward, a step toward the First Nation Premier, the first one in Manitoba. Chris Adams.
So John Norquay used to be known for carrying an extra pair of moccasins when he went to a dance because he'd wear out the first pair. But I would say it's quite a groundbreaking thing. As one of our group behind us, one of the young men said, this is important across Canada. There'll be people who will be very inspired by a First Nations individual who's the first First Nations person to be a premier. So that's going to be national news, and many people, especially young Indigenous people, will be very affected by it. You know, as role models, we talk about Heather Stephenson was the first premier, woman premier of our province, and that was a major thing as well. That we've had a number of groundbreaking things going on here in the province. So there are also people of visible minorities. Abi Khan, one of the first Muslim elected people over the past 2 years. Also, we have the first visible transgendered individual who was elected last election. So we've had a lot of changes to a province that sometimes quite stayed, and I think this will be remarkable for people to be thinking about.
Interestingly, Elections Manitoba is having another glitch. It has been 12 minutes or so since we've seen ridings, seen new results come in. So let's take a look at Tuxedo, because that is one of those ridings And this will also explain why Heather Stephenson has not yet appeared at PC headquarters to thank her supporters and perhaps concede. She's waiting to find out about what is happening in her own riding, Tuxedo, a PC stronghold, and the premier of the province is leading by only 326 votes.
It's quite remarkable, and I'm sure when she does make her speech, she'll want to know, is she elected or not? Because not only will she be speaking to the province as the premier, she'll be speaking as the party leader of the Progressive Conservatives, but she'll be speaking to her volunteers in Tuxedo who've been knocking on doors and putting up signs. So she has to really know where she is in terms of her own personal riding, in addition to being the current premier.
23 seats the PCs are leading or elected in tonight. Let's take a look at that. 23 seats. This party has not been knocked flat. That is still a strong contingent. In Winnipeg, you see that they've had a strong support, but not strong enough, clearly, to hold back this orange wave, although we've just seen a change in our mini. We've just seen the NDP drop to 31 seats. And the PCs jumped to 25.
Yeah, but it's been across the board, as you notice, Janet. Across the board, they've lost support in all parts of the province. And in particular, an area of, even though it's a small amount, in Winnipeg, dropping that 3.5 has had a significant impact on the results. And that's the nature of our first-past-the-post system. These distortions occur.
Bartley Kivas is standing by live at PC Party headquarters. Bartley.
Janet, this place is pretty quiet right now. Right now, we have not heard whatsoever from the PC leadership, from Heather Stephenson, from the campaign manager, Marnie Larkin. And as you folks just mentioned in your analysis, Heather Stephenson doesn't know whether or not she has won her own seat, so we haven't heard anything from them yet. Earlier, Marnie Larkin was talking about what she called irregularities, but she said that she did not make any allegations of it being deliberate. This place does not have a lot of candidates here. There are very, very few PC candidates that are actually in the room, win or lose. There's just a handful. I see Bob Lagasse from Dawson Trail waiting to find out for certain whether or not that he has won. There's a couple of folks who've lost who were sort of faint hope candidates in very strong NDP constituencies. But a few people in here, still some noise, but really no indication whether they will concede yet, or if they do, when they will. Janet.
Thank you very much, Bartley Kivas. Something that's just come through, a tweet from Jagmeet Singh, the, of course, federal leader of the New Democratic Party, saying tonight is an historic night for Manitobans and every Canadian. A huge congratulations to Wab Kinew, the first First Nations premier elected in Canada. You've inspired generations of Indigenous youth to come. With the Manitoba NDP, the future is looking brighter. That again from Jagmeet Singh, the federal leader of the New Democrats. I have to go to our panel, and then we'll come back, because I know you're dying to tell me something. Let's go to our panel.
Well, let's go to Aaron Selby, who's the NDP here on our panel, because we have not yet talked and been to our panel since the CBC projected the NDP majority tonight. Why did it happen?
It happened because we ran a positive campaign. We gave Manitobans a vision to get behind, but most importantly, we listened to them. They told us healthcare was the #1 issue, and that's what we talked about.
All right, so this is what's in store for you, Manitoba. The promises were new ERs at the Victoria Hospital, Concordia, 7 Oaks ERs being reopened, Ericsdale in the rural areas, 300 nurses in Manitoba, a further 300 in rural Manitoba. That's the first trajectory. We're also, during the debate, you heard Wab Kinew, the leader, now the Premier designate, saying that there will be a search of the landfill. He looked right into the camera and said this. What would you like to say to people about what you believe your party is going to be tackling for them as they supported you tonight, to begin with, that they can actually accomplish, like maybe even in the first year?
In the first year, I think there's going to be a lot of areas they're going to be focused on, but of course, Wab Kinew has said, and I love when you say Premier-elect, that sounds fantastic. He has said that recruitment for healthcare is the #1 issue. That's what we're going to see happening. You know, we've done this before. In 1999, we came in after the Philman government. We had to build healthcare up again, and we can do it again this time.
The numbers on the board, of course, leading are elected in 31 for the NDP. We made that projection. But for the PC party, Shannon Martin, 25 on the board. So to you tonight, what are you feeling on, at this point in the evening, how you're feeling about how your party is sitting?
You know what? I think this is a good spot for our party. I mean, obviously, I'm going to continue to be optimistic that that number might rise a little bit. But across the board, the PC party is only down 3% in the popular vote. 25 seats for an official opposition is a very strong showing. I mean, this is not a change vote. You want a change vote, you go back to 2016 when the NDP got down to 14 seats. So, I mean, right now we're 11 seats above that. So a very good start for the opposition PCs if that does pan out.
What is the message, though, that Manitoba voters have sent your party in this? Because we did have a moment where we were talking about Riel, Rochelle Squires there, Minister of Families going down tonight, losing. We're watching Southdale. I don't think we've officially reported results, so I can see what I believe is a result on my screen, but I'm just going to wait for the official because we don't like to pre-call anything over here. But I'm wondering what the message you see that is being sent in the results that we are seeing, because some disappointments for some long-sitting, members of your party.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, these are colleagues and friends of mine, so it's always disappointing. But I think there's two big factors at play here that unfortunately led to these results. Number one, COVID. There's no denying the impact that COVID had on Manitobans, whether it's the healthcare system or Manitobans in general. And then just the complete loss of the Liberals.
And that is because your leader, actually, we're at PC headquarters. Let's go to you.
Heather Stephenson at headquarters, hugging family. Let's listen in.
Wow, what an evening. Thank you all for being here and for your tremendous support. It's been an incredible honor for me to serve Manitoba for the past 23 years. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you who have given me the immense privilege. I have been a candidate for 7 elections, and I respect the will of the voters, and today the voters have spoken. I want to thank the residents of the great constituency of Tuxedo. I have served the community for the last 23 years. It's my family, it's a place where my family have called home for generations. Moments ago, I called Wab Kinew to congratulate him on becoming the next Premier of Manitoba. Mr. Kinew and I don't always agree on everything, but like me, I know that he loves this province and he loves the people of Manitoba. And I wish him all the best and will make every effort in a smooth transition in the premiership. This election was a very important one, and the historic nature of Mr. Kinew's victory must be acknowledged here this evening. Wab, I hope that your win tonight inspires a future generation of Indigenous youth to get involved in our democratic process, not just here in Manitoba, but right across the country. Wab, congratulations for that. So there are a few thank yous that I'd like to make this evening to our campaign co-chairs, to Candace Bergen and to Joe Bova, to my campaign manager and friend, Marnie Larkin, and there are so many others who have played an integral role in this campaign. You know who you are, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you for being involved in this incredible campaign. To our team of candidates, to our volunteers and members, thank you for putting your trust in me and for stepping up to serve your community. I also want to recognize those who are not with us this evening and who have represented their communities very diligently over the course of the last number of years, those MLAs who were not re-elected tonight. My heart goes out to you, and I thank each and every one of you for representing your communities with dignity. Thank you so much for your service to Manitoba. And to our newly elected MLAs from all sides of the House, I offer special congratulations. I remember the excitement I felt when I first was elected that night, and I hope you feel the same way. You have captured the optimism and the confidence of your community. Congratulations to each and every one of you this evening. We all know, those of us who have put our name on the ballot in the past, that we can't do this on our own. We can't do this without the support of our family. To Jason, to Victoria, to Tommy, who are here with me tonight, thank you for always standing with me. Thank you for being there with me. We know that there has been some great times in the past 23 years, and there's been some challenging times, no doubt. But every step of the way you have been with me, and I could not have done it without you. Thank you so much. Tonight, I stand before you feeling honored to have served as your Premier. Together, we have been able to accomplish so much in just under 2 years. We have faced unprecedented challenges, including a global pandemic, the unjust war in Ukraine, and challenging economic times. Yet we were able to move Manitoba forward. We implemented the largest personal income tax cuts in Manitoba history. We made our province... We made our province more competitive. We made significant advancements in economic reconciliation with Indigenous communities. We brought the budget back to balance while making historic investments in healthcare and education and in social services. Our progressive Conservative government has set up our province for great success. Now, I have served in opposition in the past, so I understand the fundamental role that opposition plays in our democracy. As we head to the other side of the House, I can tell Manitobans that the team of PC MLAs that you elected tonight will keep fighting for you, and we will hold the new government's feet to the fire. But friends, it is with a heavy heart tonight that I am announcing that I will be stepping down as the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Manitoba. And I look forward to meeting with caucus and the party executive to prepare the path forward from tonight. And I look forward to working with the party to ensure a smooth process is in place to replace me as your leader. It has been the honor of my life, serving the people of Manitoba with the many roles that I have held over the years. And I thank all Manitobans from the bottom of my heart for giving me the privilege to serve as the first women premier in this beautiful province of ours. Thank you so much tonight. Have a great night, everyone.
Heather Stephenson, first female Premier of Manitoba, delivering a classy speech, thanking her supporters and her family, saying she hopes Wab Kinew inspires generations of Indigenous youth across this great country to get involved in politics, and also saying that she plans to step down as leader of the Progressive Conservative Party of Manitoba. You see our Bartley Kivas there trying to get comments from Heather Stephenson.
We'll talk another day. We'll talk another day? All right.
But she said enough. She doesn't want to talk right now. That's Bartley Kivas, though he has to try. Good for Bart. Chris Adams, quickly your...
Yeah, she gave a gracious speech. I thought, you know, you could see her warm personality coming out. I would say that she said, I will be stepping down, so it was unclear, you know, when. Is it tonight or is it the next?
Perhaps she's allowing a transition.
But clearly a very quick transition, that's the plan. So good speech, but Over to you.
Now we need to make a quick transition over to our political insiders for their reaction to that speech and announcement of a resignation.
Well, lots of discussion about leaders who are stepping down tonight on our panel. Obviously, we talked to Dougald Lamont earlier. Now we've seen Heather Stephenson. Shannon Martin, what's your thought on the fact that she is stepping down? You were just saying that you still feel good about how your party is showing leading or elected at this point, but was it inevitable that she was going to be out?
You know what? I think Heather actually gave a fantastic and very classy speech. One of the things that politics unfortunately has lost is that idea that the buck stops with the leader. And so I give Heather Stephenson full marks for acknowledging her role as leader of the party and her role as the individual responsible for our election, good or bad. And these are, like I said, these are good results for us. But you know, I wish Heather all the very best. She has dedicated her life to politics and to the betterment of Manitoban, and she deserves all the accolades that she'll get this evening.
Let's stay with her speech for a moment, because we just heard her, speech also talking about the Premier designate Wab Kinew and that she would be there. She talked about a smooth transition for him to go into the role. So let's ask Erin Selby of the NDP what you thought of the speech tonight.
I thought it was a really classy speech. I haven't agreed with much of Heather Stephenson's vision for the province, but I have to say, you have to recognize 23 years of service. That's a lot of dedication.
And she will be continuing to serve. We're still watching what's going on in Tuxedo, so we haven't called that yet, but we're watching the numbers come in. She's still in the lead there. Hannah Mahaichuk-Marshall, a word on what you just saw from the PC leader?
I thought it was a fantastic speech. I agree with both of my panelists in there, especially Erin, when, it was rarely the case that I did see eye to eye with Heather Stephenson, but we have to admit being the Premier is not an easy job, no matter who you are, especially the first woman Premier, so props to her for that.
So what was missing in terms of during the campaign and the leadership then for her resonating with voters? Because we did know that we had polling that she wasn't resonating, and she wasn't resonating specifically with women, and that people were talking about, she told me she felt that was hurtful, that she wanted them to see her as, as an everyday person, and that she also was a leader that wanted to build the party, Shannon Martin, to put MLAs forward and not herself. Was that a mistaken approach, or is that just not who she is? Because tonight's certainly a really heartfelt human speech.
You know what? Everything you do in a campaign is a strategic decision. So obviously, Heather took a look at the polling, and she really wanted to address one of the criticisms that have been of our party, and that is the face of our candidates. And so she really put a large effort into ensuring that we had that diversity in our candidates to really represent Manitobans, and she really wanted to showcase that as opposed to what had been previously done.
But maybe she just didn't resonate enough with people as a leader at the doorstep.
It would seem to be that way.
So who's next? What names are you already thinking about, or would you talk about that could be put forth for leader?
Oh, these are early days. I mean, let's
early minutes.
In early minutes, and that, you know what? Until Heather steps down officially and passes the torch, she will remain my leader. And so I will wish her the very best, and I will let the party handle it as best they see.
I have to ask you, because you had your name in the ring for leader, early on. Are you thinking about it?
You know what? Politics is a very interesting, winding path, and the only truism of politics is never say never.
He didn't say no.
What's that?
He didn't say no.
And never say never.
Very good point. He didn't say no. So we're going to come back to that, and we'll come back to that in future days or weeks as we watch what happens in Manitoba politics. I do want to ask you about your party's base. So obviously these results are coming in. You still are leading or elected in 25 seats. So as you mentioned, still feeling like you have some strength there and you have a voice there. But will this embolden and all, do you think, some of the people that are more far right, or maybe would want to take the party to more of to a different place? Where do you grow the base of the party, Shannon Martin, moving forward? Or do you not see that as what the issue was tonight?
Well, first of all, let's be clear. I mean, 25 is not bedrock support for the PC. So you had a lot of very good, very progressive candidates. Now, in some instances, they're clearly, our losses are in the city of Winnipeg. So we need to, as a party, take a good look at what we campaigned on, and more importantly, what we've been doing in those ridings up until this moment. Because as every pundit has said, Winnipeg is the battleground, and we lost that battleground tonight.
Hannah, I want to go to you for a moment because, we obviously talked about what happened with your party, but what will you be looking for when you're looking at the projected NDP majority your now former leader, Dougald Lamont, talked a lot about the fact that he felt that the NDP made some of the same promises that your party had made first. He repeatedly said that. So where do you see the positioning to sort of hold this now new, projected majority government to account? What's most important to you?
I think it's definitely a shame that we lost two incredible MLAs in the chamber. I mean, it will not be easy for Cindy to go in there alone, but she won't be. We are all behind her. Even Dr. John Gerard said he is not going to just go silently into the night.
But as a voter, what do you say? Do you say, okay, then, NDP, do the health care? Or what do you mean by the landfill search specifically? Or what are the things you'll be leaning in on?
Well, it's going to be harder to challenge them without that third-party presence in the chamber. But I know personally, as a voter and as a Manitoban, I will be expecting the Manitoba NDP to stay true to itself in times that in the past it hasn't. And so I'm looking for something better this time.
Just in our last minute here on the panel, Aaron, how will you bring the NDP, do you feel, will be able to bring in all of the people that did vote for the other parties and did support the PCs tonight? And as we all said, there were some areas that were sort of, I know we don't like the word divisive, but there were things that were very clear different choices. Parties ran with different promises. So how do you bring all Manitobans into the tent now?
I think we'd bring it in the same way as we campaigned. We campaigned across the province. We campaigned on issues that matter to Manitobans. We won't leave anyone behind. The campaign was about moving forward and making sure that everyone gets a level playing field.
Back to you for maybe some late in the evening now, but still some races we're watching.
Down to 24.
Absolutely, yeah. I just heard someone say, down to 24 because NDP and the PCs keep bouncing back and forth with a few numbers there. Let's take a look at some of the races that are still not called as we watch for Wab Kinew to come in. I see people raising their cell phones, so perhaps that means we need to be quick. Jennifer Chan is leading in Fort Richmond by 537 votes.
Yeah, and that's our bellwether riding. Jennifer Chan, Chinese descent, versus Shahi, who is Indian descent. So some new Canadians, and it looks like the NDP are taking this back for the party. That Sarah Guillemard was not running, so it was an open race.
Kildonan River East, let's take a look there, and we see still such a small margin between Rochelle Schott and Alana Van Elm.
Yeah, another riding in which a woman for the PCs who would have been the incumbent, Kathy Cox, is not running, so it was open race for this as well, but only 175
is the difference. And we still have 7 polls yet to hear from there. Yeah. In Assiniboia, with a lead of 522 over Scott Johnston, Nellie Kennedy of the NDP in the lead.
Yeah, and her margin is widening. We're now at 7 of 20 polls. Before we were stuck at just 1 of 20 polls. And that is a seat in which the NDP really want to take. And it, too, is a bellwether riding on the far west of the city.
Well, if it is a bellwether riding, and if the NDP has indeed, which they have, won the night,
declared,
then perhaps,
projected,
projected to win the night. The question is, how large will this government be? Will they get 33 seats? Will they not? Let's go to Dauphin now and see what's happening there. It's gone back and forth.
That's right. It's been a seesaw battle, and a lead of 4.
Look at the difference. 4 votes. 4 votes separating the NDP and the PCs right now in the riding of Riel. Let's take a look at another close race. Still, 416 votes when you only have 11 of 17 polls reporting. It's possible that Chris Wiebe could take this, but
and
right now,
like I say, is the incumbent too, so he had the advantage there. But it's a close one there, Janet.
We see Wab Kinew just entering. Let's quickly look at Interlake Gimli, where the PCs are in the lead. But Wab Kinew right now walking into headquarters. That has got to feel good. Listen to those cheers.
The Fort Garry Hotel.
Listen to those cheers. Wab Kinew, a big smile, congratulating the people who worked so hard, thanking the people who worked so hard to give him this position as Premier Designate of Manitoba, the first First Nations person to do so, to be premier designate in this province. A fantastic accomplishment.
Yes, very happy people too. You know, like it's always the thing of an election is when you're the victorious folks that you're over the moon, and when you lose, like it's very sad, as we saw with the other two parties. It'll be interesting to see his speech and the extent to which he reaches out to the other parties, and he speaks to the country as well as breaking new ground. Janet, this is important also for the national NDP.
You see, you just wanted to pay attention to a member of the campaign there saying, "Move, move, move," and pushing our camera person back. Look at the jostling going in there. How difficult it is for Wab Kinew to get through the room, because there are so many people there who want to congratulate him. Everyone wants the shot of the winner walking in, of any of the party leaders walking in. As we try to do it there, a bit of a jostle. And we're pushed back. But we're watching now for Wab Kinew, still trying to make his way to the stage. There he is, getting very close, climbing the stairs now, and saying thank you to his candidates, his supporters. Loud cheers in the room as Wab Kinew, Premier Designate of Manitoba, shakes hands and thanks his supporters. We see his family taking position behind the podium, his 3 sons and his wife. Let's listen in.
This is a great victory for us. This is a great victory for all of us in Manitoba. Wow. Manitoba. My dear, sweet Manitoba, look at what we have done here tonight. You know, a lot of people in the big cities, they look down on us here in Manitoba. Flyover country, they said. Winterpeg, man, it's cold out, they said. But look what little old Manitoba did tonight. Manitoba did something more progressive than any of those big cities ever did. We elected a strong team of New Democrats to fix health care and make your life more affordable. To the people in healthcare, to the people working in the bedside today, to the people thinking of pursuing a career, to healthcare workers across the country, in other provinces around the world, I have a simple message to you. We need you. We are doing exciting things with healthcare here in Manitoba. We're going to build new emergency rooms. We're going to build a new cancer care headquarters. More clinician researchers to bring the best quality care to you, the people of Manitoba. And so, for all the people out there who work in healthcare, we need you. The nurses, the doctors, the healthcare professionals, the healthcare aides, we need you to work with us to build something special here in the healthcare system in Manitoba. I want to speak to the young Nietzsches out there. I want to speak to young people from all backgrounds. Really, I want to speak to people of all ages, but I want to speak to young Beachies in particular. I was given a second chance in life. And I would like to think that I've made good on that opportunity. And you can do the same. Here's how. My life became immeasurably better when I stopped making excuses and I started looking for a reason. And I found that reason in our family. I found that reason in our community. And I found that reason in our province and country. And so to young people out there who want to change your life for the better, you can do it. But here's the thing. You have to want it. You have to want it. If you want to leave the party lifestyle behind, it has to be you to make the decision. If you want to join the workforce, get a new career, it has to be you to take the first step. And if you're dealing with some kind of illness and you want to find healing, it has to be you to decide to move forward. I can't do that for you. A government can't do that for you. You have to be the person to decide to take the first step. But here is what our government can do. Looking at the team right now, government. Sounds pretty good, huh? But here's what our government can do. If you decide to take the first step and leave the addictions behind, our government will make sure that there is a path to recovery for you. If you decide to go to work, our government will make sure that there is a training program with a good job at the end of it waiting for you. And if you decide to get out of bed one more day to fight the cancer, then our government is going to make sure that you have the best quality cancer care of anywhere in the world right here in Manitoba. I want more Manitobans to hear those 4 magic words. You are cancer-free. And so to young people who are looking for a positive path, I want to share the words that my father always told us. Ando buachigek. Seek your vision. Seek your vision. Dreams come true. To people in rural Manitoba, to people in northern Manitoba, I want to say thank you for sending people from your communities to sit with our team at the Manitoba Legislature. And to people in rural Manitoba who haven't voted for us yet, I would ask you to keep an open mind. And if our team delivers, if after a few years we have improved your health care and we've made your life a bit more affordable, I would humbly ask that in 4 years' time you send more people from your communities to sit with our team in the Manitoba Legislature. To the business community, I look forward to sitting down with you. And you know that one of my fundamental political beliefs is that the economic horse pulls the social cart. But tonight, the Manitoba NDP is going to rock the house. want to thank the outgoing Premier, Heather Stephenson. I want to thank you for your service to our province. I want to thank you for your service to our province and country. You were the first woman Premier of Manitoba, and I look forward to working with you on an orderly transition as we stand up Manitoba's next government, a Manitoba NDP government. And to the people of Manitoba, on behalf of our team, I want to express our tremendous gratitude for this awesome responsibility that you have bestowed upon us. I want to say thank you, because at the start of this campaign, our team made a decision. We chose to believe in you. We chose to believe that given the choice, you, the people of Manitoba, would embrace a positive campaign focused on the future, focused on fixing healthcare and making the economy more affordable, and that you would reject the divisive message sent by our opponents. And I want to thank you for investing your trust in us. But really, I want to thank you for showing the rest of Canada and the world what we have known all along. The people of Manitoba are good people. And so there will be challenging times ahead, I'm sure. I'm sure that not every day is going to be easy, but I can promise you that every single day, this Manitoba NDP team is going to get up and work our hardest to serve you, the people of Manitoba. And I know that the road ahead will not be easy. But there is one thing that the results of tonight's vote show crystal clear. And it is we can do amazing things when we stand together as one province. We can accomplish awesome tasks when we stand together as one people. And there is no challenge that we cannot meet when we unite as one Manitoba. Miigwech. Merci. Thank you very much.
An inspirational speech from Premier Designate.
There's just one more thing. Just one more thing. This is my mom. Today is her birthday. And her name is Kathy. Okay, her name is Kathy. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kathy.
Designate Wab Kinew, an inspirational speech and then warming people's hearts with a song for his mom.
Yeah, and you could hear our town hall folks behind us. They were enjoying that as well. I would say that Wab Kinew's speech, Janet, was quite good. It was a victory speech, clearly. He's going to be having challenges coming up in terms of reaching out to the business community. He made reference to the rural community. And looking at the map right now, it's Winnipeg is mostly NDP. Non-Winnipeg is mostly non-NDP, and the north, of course, is usually NDP. But he's got to reach out to build the bridges to the business community, to the agricultural community, in the way that Gary Doer did to some extent.
Well, our Marjorie Dowhouse actually is looking right now at the places where those bridges need to be built. So let's go to our Marjorie Dowhouse and see more of what these numbers at the bottom of your screen mean tonight.
Thank you very much, Janet. Well, as we showed you at the beginning of the show, we showed you what it looked like inside the chamber back in 2019. And let's take a look one last time here of what it looked like 4 years ago. Remember that the Progressive Conservatives took 36 seats, 18 went to the NDP and 3 to the Liberal. I now want to flash forward to what it could look like, what it will look like in the chamber there when there's the next session. 33 seats for the NDP, and you can see the governing party sits on the right. 23 for the Progressive Conservatives, and the lone Liberal seat there in red. It has been an exciting evening. Big changes, but altogether a very exciting evening tonight here, Janet.
Yes, it has, Marjorie, and thank you for your work helping us understand this situation as things change. Let's go to our Citizens Cafe as well. Thank you for your singing and your clapping and your cheering.
And thank you for just sticking around. I don't think anyone foresaw that it was going to be such a long night. So let's get the paddles out. Oh, I did not forget about the paddles, because we are going to do another people's poll. Get your paddles ready and face it up to the camera on the balcony. Are you, after listening to that speech by the Premier Designate Wab Kinew, are you optimistic about the future of Manitoba? Let's have a look. Let's see. We're seeing yeses. We're seeing a couple of no's too. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you. I just want to do a quick kind of checking in with a bunch of people that we haven't had a chance to talk to yet about how they're feeling, including my new favorite couple, because this couple, we have both an NDP supporter and a Conservative supporter. See, it does happen. We can come together. Now, tell us a little bit. First of all, Aganitha, will you tell me a little bit about what you thought of Premier Designate Wab Kinew's speech?
It was remarkable. Like, I was definitely expecting everything that he was saying. I was really looking forward to hearing what he had to say as well, and just the support that he's had. I've just felt my heart is just pounding so hard that I'm just so happy that he got into the position that he was fighting for so much, especially for those that are struggling in healthcare. I have family that is working in it, and there's also people I know who are struggling to find healthcare. So it's wonderful to see that there's people out there that are going to fight for it and work hard to make it better.
I can see you getting emotional as you talk. Did you expect it to have this impact on you?
Not really, no.
Why is that? What changed for you tonight?
You know, I'm not someone who voted. So this is my second time ever voting since I've been 18. And so it has now really resonated that, you know what, my voice does get heard. And it does matter. When you don't sit there at the polls and vote, you don't contribute to your country or to your province or to your city. And I just found that, you know, taking this step really, you know, it has now changed my perspective on politics for sure.
Amazing. Aganitha, thank you so much. Yeah, very powerful, very moving. Joseph, I want to turn to you. You are a PC voter. How are you feeling about the course of events tonight?
Well, it's kind of ironic because I'm a PC voter. I voted for PC. But then, in a way, looking at the issues in general, I kind of tilt towards NDP, in as much as I didn't vote for NDP. Yeah, but when you look at the whole thing going on, I just felt that I think it's a good time to change it, and let's see something new.
So you voted PC, but you're happy with change?
Of course, I'm happy with the change, to be sincere, yeah.
Also, we need a separate conversation about how this relationship works, but we'll get to that in the next election. I want to also now go to Anna Mondor. She is a Conservative supporter. And Anna, you are a big fan of Heather Stephenson, who stepped down today. How did that impact you?
I'm pretty sad. I'm not lying, but I believe that Premier Stephenson and her team brought a lot of great contribution for the province the last few years. And I hope that projects that were undertaken, new NDP government will be continued, because Manitoba first.
Thank you so much. And finally, I want to end with the person that we started off with this evening, Janelle Marie Amon. She has been with us this whole night. Janelle Marie, this is the first time you voted in an election as a disability advocate. As you listened to Wab Kinew, and you did vote NDP, what would you say to Wab Kinew if you could talk to him right now?
If I could talk to Wab Kinew right now, what I would ask him is to keep his word and do what he said he's going to do. If he's going to change healthcare and he's going to do things for people, do it. He needs to keep that word, get things done for people who are needing healthcare. If you can't get healthcare here, they need to send people elsewhere where they can get care. For people who have my condition, we can't get care here in Canada, so it's a big deal. Also, for anybody who has a disability, treat them with equality. That's what we need. We want equality. We matter too.
Janelle Marie, very quickly. Yes, round of applause. Janelle Marie, very quickly. How confident are you that he can deliver on his ambitious promises? Yes or no? How confident?
I think he can probably make some big changes.
Ending on some optimism there. Thank you so much to everyone at that cafe this evening for sticking around, sharing your opinions. We so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia, and thank you, our Citizens Cafe members. We have 13 ridings, still too close to call. Let's take a look at what's happening in Tuxedo, first of all. Well, let's look at them all. Dauphin, 10 votes. 10 votes, Christopher Adams, separating the NDP and PC.
And that's been back and forth all night, Janet, and it was originally held by the PC, so to go over to the NDP would be a plus for the NDP, but it is really, 10 votes is remarkable, and there might be 10 people in Dauphin thinking, darn it, I should have voted.
Brandon West, 17 votes.
And that's more on the safe side for the PCs, historically, Brandon West. So we'll have to see whether that will flip over to the NDP. But that's remarkable, that narrow range.
Other ridings too close to call: Lajimode, McPhillips, Waverley. We also want to take a look at what's happening in Tuxedo. Again, traditionally strong PC support here. We do see Heather Stephenson in the lead, but 305 votes. And we still have a poll to hear from.
Yeah, one poll still to report. It's kind of hard to believe that the NDP would catch up, but they might catch up. So that's why we can't do a projection of that seat.
Our political insiders have added so much to our experience tonight. Let's go to them for some thoughts on the evening.
Honestly, just the first thought, because we've all been experiencing this together, is some of those voters in that cafe. Can I just say, for our political insiders here tonight, it almost it was making me have all the feels, as people say, right?
It reminds us of why we're all here, right? We're here for the voters. We're here for people.
Yeah, so let's talk about Wab. Premier Designate in the speech tonight, Aaron Selby, what stood out for you?
I just have to say, I am so proud of our leader, the campaign that was run. I'm so proud of all of our candidates, and I'm sure nobody's listening right now because the party has begun, but I am so impressed with everybody behind the scenes as well. I think that Wab Kinew set the tone tonight of what I expect from the government over the next few years, and I am really excited to see what this government does.
Shannon Martin, thoughts on what Wab Kinew had to say? He did also address Heather Stephenson in that speech. What were your thoughts?
You know what? I thought it was a solid speech, but I'd expect nothing less from Wab. I mean, Wab is a professional communicator, so you would expect that from him. His biggest challenge is he ran an entire campaign on one issue, and that's healthcare. So, I mean, by and large, the NDP have set themselves up for some some very large issues going forward. I mean, they failed last time they were in office. We'll see if they can make that up in 4 years. I have my doubts.
So when they talk about, he in the speech talked about reaching out to rural Manitobans who maybe had never voted NDP. We know that those ridings often, and we saw that tonight as well, outside of Winnipeg and Go Blue. And he also talked about directly, he spoke to the business community as well. What were your thoughts on that? Is that a sign that he's that's a commitment he's making? And as you're saying, something you feel that they're going to need to do?
Well, I mean, absolutely. You're going to have to reach out to those ridings that you didn't win, and you're going to have to reach out to the business community because you simply didn't put forward a solid economic plan that they could believe in.
Hannah Mahaichuk-Marshall, thoughts on Wab Premier Designate speech tonight, and also, final thoughts for how you're feeling tonight?
Yeah, you know what I found really interesting is that he took a good chunk of his time in that speech to speak directly to Indigenous youth that might be able to look up to the first ever First Nations Premier in Manitoba. I think that was honorable. I found that to be very genuine. That's not me saying that I don't have my reservations about Wab Kinew and the NDP. We are going to have to see them really walk the walk to match the talk.
New earrings after this.
I wouldn't say so. I look great in red, Aaron. I really do.
She'll tell you where the maker is.
There you go. Well,
and
it's a Manitoba entrepreneur too. So.
Yeah, we should support.
Yes.
We started the evening by talking about feelings, optimism, excitement, and such. I'd like to sort of end with your final thoughts on that. Hannah, we'll start with you and go backwards this way. Then, what are your final thoughts? Lots of emotions up and down tonight. Final thoughts for your party and as a Manitoba Liberal.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge going forward. I think. It's cliche to say there's going to be some introspection and some...
but there will be.
There will be. Absolutely. I think Manitobans know better than to count out an underdog, and that's exactly what the Manitoba Liberal Party is now more than ever. But that doesn't mean we're not going to do everything we can to fight for Manitobans and deliver, and we are all behind Cindy right now.
Shannon Martin, final thoughts on your party tonight, but also on the emotional feeling that you're feeling right now as you sort of reflect on everything that you've been seeing in the results.
Well, I mean, it's been a roller coaster ride of emotions. Obviously, I'd be lying to say I wasn't disappointed in the results. But as I said throughout this evening, I mean, you're only 4 points back in the popularity. The number of these seats, as the pundits have noted, are within, the margin of victory is so narrow. So I think Heather and every candidate that ran for the PCs has a lot to be proud of tonight.
And finally, Aaron Selby, obviously we kind of got your thoughts on how you're feeling moving forward. Do you care to tell us who might be in those ministerial positions?
Well, I have to say, I would not want to have that job right now because there are so many strong people in that caucus that it would be very hard to figure out who's going to go where. Lots of good talent to choose from.
We'll let you get off the hook with that specifics. It's been a long night. Thank you all for being with us. Genuinely, really appreciate having all of your insights. Aaron Selby, Shannon Martin, Hannah Mahaichuk-Marshall, thank you. Just a reminder here, so we've just got confirmation. So Premier Designate Wab Kinew is going to be on CBC Radio tomorrow on The Current, so we can look forward to hearing what he has to say. A national story, of course, from our Manitoba election being carried nationally tonight, and the first First Nations Premier Designate here in Manitoba, Premier of Manitoba. He also will be on local radio on Thursday with me, on Information Radio locally. And I just want to also say to Manitobans, we'll be in Fort Richmond tomorrow live. Back to you guys. Great night.
Thank you very much, Marcy. Yes, Marcy Marcusa and the team in Fort Richmond at the Tim Hortons tomorrow. So listen to Information Radio right now. Final thoughts from Ian Fraze, who's been covering the NDP for us tonight.
Janet, this has been an energetic room all night. They've had very few reasons to boo. It just each time the polls came in, they kept celebrating. In fact, the one time there was sort of notable boos during Wab Kinew's speech, when some people were booing Heather Stephenson, Wab Kinew put his hand calling on them to stop. He is, as we mentioned, an accomplished speaker, broadcaster, public speaker, and he was in his element here today, taking on the charge as being Manitoba's new cheerleader, speaking to the rest of the country and saying this is seen as flyover country, but here Manitoba's accomplished something unique. A big task ahead of him in the years to come, and we'll wait and see that. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you, Ian Fraze. Bartley Kiva standing by at PC headquarters. Final thoughts.
Janet, let's face it, given the way the polls have been for the last couple of years, people thought the Progressive Conservatives were going to get slaughtered on this evening. Instead, they made it competitive. They made it close in a number of constituencies. And you have to wonder, when you saw that very conciliatory, even nearly profound speech from Heather Stephenson on the way out when she congratulated Wab Kinew and said he was a role model, imagine what this PC campaign would have been like if that was the tone we heard for the entirety of the past 4 weeks, rather than the tone where they went very negative in campaign ads. So you got to wonder what could have been if you're a PC, and you got to wonder what will happen next if they take the time to find a leader who may reflect upon that tone in the coming years. Janet.
Thank you, Bartley Kiva. Our Chris Adams was saying the same thing, you know. Now to Liberal Party headquarters and Caroline Bargood. Final thoughts on the evening.
Janet, it has been a very difficult night here for Liberal supporters and candidates at the Liberal headquarters where I am. This place was pretty full early on, and people were really hopeful. In fact, they came in with 3 seats, even though they were polling at 9%, and the last time they were in single digits, they only won 1 seat. But at the beginning of the night, they were super hopeful. They thought that they would get 5 seats. Now they're down to 1. They also no longer have a leader, as of course Dugal Lamont had stepped down. So we're going to hear in the next coming days who's going to be leader and what happens to this party. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you very much, Caroline Bargood. Our last general election, we had 55% of eligible voters vote. Let's look at voter turnout in this election, up to 60%. Your final thoughts on the evening, Christopher Adams.
Well, it's just been great, Janet. I know the federal NDP will be so pleased to have another province under their wing. It's more important for the NDP, the provincial victories, than for the other federal parties, because it brings personnel, it brings resources. But tonight has been a very interesting night. At one point, it looks like the PCs might be able to be in minority government situations. So we'll have to see some of those very tight elections that are still, you know, some of those seats are still within an eyelash of each other. But thanks so much for having me as part of your team, and it was great.
Oof. Christopher Adams, Adjunct Professor of Political Studies at the University of Manitoba, thank you.
Thanks, Janet. It's great working
been a
with
treat
you.
sharing this experience of history with you and with everyone who's watching this evening. What a night. We started out saying that it would be a night of change and a night of history being made, and it certainly has been that. Thank you for being with us. Take good care. Good night.